Is it working? Yeah, it's working. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thanks for joining us on this lovely Thursday morning, even though it's raining. So thank you for joining us. My name is Danush Dinesh. So I'm the founder of Clim-Eat. So you can see Clim-Eat, their logo over there. So we're one of the co-hosting organizations together with the Barnard College and Columbia Climate School. And we've come together here to discuss issues around food and fashion. So I'm actually curious, how many of you are like working in or interested in food? Can you raise your hands? Oh, good number. And fashion? Oh, that's a good mix actually, because I've spent like 15 years working on mostly food-related topics. I don't know much about fashion. So it's actually interesting. You guys probably know more than me, but I'll try to be bringing out the best in people so that I'm better informed than the others as well. So I'll just tell you a story about how we started. So Clim-Eat is a relatively new organization. Today we are 999 days old. Tomorrow is 1,000. Yeah. So it's a special moment for us. So we are a think and do tank on food and climate. So what we're interested in is climate solutions in food systems. So we try and identify innovative ideas. This could be a technology, it could be a policy, whatever. And then we try to work with partners in getting that action, So earlier this year in January, we had our team retreat. We were thinking about what are those two big things. And I have this colleague of mine here, Vita. She's very busy at the moment. She's our events wizard. And she said in our retreat, okay, we should work on food and fashion. I'm like, why would you do that? We are all food people. We have PhDs. We are working on this important topic. Why do we want to deal with fashion? And she said, Danush, look, we are a bridge. Between Climb and Eat, there's a bridge. So our idea is to connect communities. She's like, we are a bridge between climate and food. We should also be a bridge between food and fashion because there are so many commonalities. And then we had a huge discussion and we agreed, yeah, we want to explore this further. So then what happened was like, oh, what do we do with this? We don't know anything about it. So we went to Jess here, Jessica Fanso. She'll come on program later, so I'll introduce her then. And Alison Rose, who's not here. And we were like, okay, what do you think about this? We've done events at Columbia during the New York Climate Week. It's such a good forum. Maybe the fashion people are here, and we can have a conversation. And they said, yeah, love the idea. That's great. But you need to speak to Sandra Goldmark, who's over here, and we found our third co-host, because Sandra is coming from fashion and design and creative endeavors. So she has a really impressive CV, and she brought in that perspective. And together, we've co-designed this event. And the idea behind this event is so we can learn from each other throughout the day, be inspired by each other. And if we go out of this event thinking, how can we work across sectors, break some of those silos which people have built up, and work on it jointly together? That'll be the ideal outcome. But before we launch into the program, I have to give you a couple of housekeeping announcements. So first is that this event is being live streamed. So by being here, you are giving your consent to being recorded. I hope you're comfortable with that. We also have photographs being made. Unfortunately, we don't have another option, so I hope you're okay with that. Is there another one? Yes, and if you would like to ask questions, there will be time for that, and you'll have to come down here to do that. So, okay, so those are the housekeeping, and we have actually the whole event has been designed keeping sustainability in mind. So there is things like the utensils we are using won't be thrown away. We're partnering with the company to reuse that. I will explain all of that when we are close to the meal breaks, but look around you and you'll see the level of detail and that's gone into the planning of this event. But to start off, I want to invite our opening speaker, Professor Jessica Fanso. She's Professor of Climate here at Climate School. She's also Director of the Food for Humanity Initiative at Columbia. And she's done pretty much everything, right? She's worked all over the world. She's worked for the UN. She's worked in research. She publishes amazing papers. Yeah, I think her CV is so long, I wouldn't be able to go through it. But she's really amazing. Thanks, Jess, for all your support. Come and inspire us, please.
Great. Thanks, everybody. Thank you. First, want to thank, big shout out to Clim-Eat, Danush, Vita, the whole team at Clim-Eat for putting together what I think is one of the most unique events of the 900 side events happening in New York this week. With, I think Danush thinks there's about 300 in food. So I think this is the most unique event. It's bringing together these two big sectors, so really looking forward to it. Second, I want to thank Sandra, who you'll hear from later, the students who will be involved today, my team, Allison and Josh Bed, you'll meet them as well, but just wanted to give a big thanks. We have Danny up at the top who's got her camera with her, so smile when she takes a picture of you. I really was stressed out about what to wear this morning. I usually am wearing like t-shirts and jeans and high tops. So this is like the only fashionable thing I have in my closet. So I hope I achieved, maybe not, I probably still look like an old lady. Anyway, really happy to be here. So let's talk about some of the impacts. And I wanted to just, I'm always a person who shows numbers. And if you look at some of these statistics, they're really quite alarming. 7% of total greenhouse gas emissions or carbon emissions are coming from the fashion sector. It's a lot. And we always think about just energy, but fashion is contributing. 85% of all textiles go to landfills, the dumps, every year. 35% of all microplastics in the ocean are coming from synthetic materials found in fashion. And we can share the slides with everybody after, so you don't need to, unless you want to take pictures. It's also a big consumer and use of water. 20% of wastewater worldwide is attributed to textile dyeing. 10% of total water is used to run factories and clean products associated with the fashion industry. And it's a big market, right? 62 million metric tons of apparel are consumed every year globally. Now, food is also a big contributor to climate and environmental destability. 30% of all greenhouse gas emissions are coming from food systems. That's mainly due to agriculture production and land use change and food waste. 30% of that food that we produce is lost at the farm gate or wasted across the supply chains, households, and retail. So just complete insufficiency, right, going on there. Water is also a big issue with agriculture as well. Agriculture uses about 70% of all the freshwater resources around the world. It's the biggest consumer of water. But it also is a polluter of water, where 78% of global ocean and freshwater pollution is coming from ag. So big water issues. We use about 50% of the world's land to grow what we call crops and raise animals. So the agri-food system, because some of the crops we're growing are not for food consumption, they're for fiber and fabric. So 50% of land is being used, and a lot of that land, we've dwindled the biodiversity on that landscape. So we've lost a lot of the wildlife habitats and the plant and animal diversities, and about 94% of mammal biomass is livestock. Isn't that incredible? So what do we do? What do we do about these two sectors? And I think you've heard this term fast fashion. You've heard the term fast food. How do we slow down these two sectors? How do we get them more sustainable, ensure that there's fair livelihoods, ensure that we feel good about what we're growing and putting on our bodies? So how do we slow down these sectors? And I'll tell you, I was at a meeting down in Midtown because it's the UN General Assembly, and I walked into a big fashion store. I won't name its name, but just looking around at the cost of those products, you could buy a sweater for $15, a t-shirt for $7.99. What is the true cost? What is the true cost when we think about people's livelihoods, the environment, the health of the planet, health of people? We know that a hamburger on the US market is about $5. Hamburger meat, a pound of meat, is about $5.30. But the true environmental cost of producing that pound of beef costs about $27. Someone's paying for that. Someone's paying for the true cost to produce fashion. Someone's paying for the true cost to produce food. Is it consumers? We try to keep it low, the fast food, fast fashion. But someone's paying for that at the end of the day. And the question is who? Is it the planet? Is it the people slaving over producing these foods? Who is it? So we can do a lot. We can do a lot around supply chains and sustainable sourcing of food and fashion. And when we think about these shared resources that both of these sectors do every day, we can have better land, soil, and water management. We can protect biodiversity. We can have more ethical labor practices, sustainable packaging and waste, better QR codes and labels to inform consumers, using renewable energy. We have all the solutions. And if any of you went to any meetings this week, we are chock full of solutions. We need action, we need scale up, we need political commitment to be able to make this happen. And not just by governments, by private sector. We really need to start holding private sector to account to move towards these more sustainable practices across supply chains. There's lots of innovation. You've been hearing a lot about that. We'll see a lot of that and hear about that today in this room. Really unique ways of bringing these two sectors together, like generating fashion from food waste. I always think of that Lady Gaga steak dress that she wore at the Grammys or Oscars. I don't know if that was sustainable, but it was unique. Anyway, and then we too can play a role. Now, obviously, we are sitting in New York. We are a bit more of a privileged consumer base, many of us, some not all of us sitting in New York. But there's many places in the world where I work, in Sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, Southeast Asia, where Danush works, where this becomes a lot more difficult. Choice, options, adjusting your lifestyle is much harder because there's not a lot of room to move. But for those of us who can, we should be thinking about who's the source of these foods, understanding where your food is coming from, demand more transparency across food supply chains, learn about your producers and your designers. Who are you buying from? Could be important to know. Buy less. I was in that store and there were people with just huge amounts of clothing, right? There's a pressure to buy the latest food fad, fashion fad. There's a lot of pressure on all of us in how society views us. And so there's this consumption that comes with that around this pressure. Buying secondhand recycled materials and packaging, using your fridge, using your closet effectively, going towards the back recesses of your closet and maybe repurposing some of these clothings, or going to the back of your fridge and repurposing some food, and trying to eat and buy lower on the environmental footprint. There's many things we can do, but it shouldn't be on all the backs of consumers, right? Industry, suppliers need to step up. And I think we'll be talking a lot about that today. So it shouldn't just be, and you'll hear this a lot from private sector, we're just answering to the demand of what consumers want. That's not true. There's a lot of pervasive influence in society when you walk into a store and you have to buy something. There's a lot of influencing of our decisions. So we need to be thinking about both supply and demand. So both of these sectors have room to grow and become important in redefining societal values, making bold actions. And I think we're going to start here today, because when I was Googling the intersection of food and fashion and looking at trying to find some of the scientific literature, there's very little in this space of coming together across these sectors. So this is the start. Let's all start collaborating. I think we're going to have a lot of ideas today. We could really make a difference in this space across these massive sectors. And I really look forward to hearing from all of you. Just so you know, I'm the director of something called the Food for Humanity here at the Climate School. And Jochebed Louis-Jean, who is not in the room right now, she's flittering around, and Danny Din, who's right there, have been working on a new podcast. We're going to be launching this maybe once or twice a year, and it's based on a theme. It'll be about 4 episodes long, and this is all on food waste, this first series, food waste in New York City. So tune in. It's going to be coming very soon to you, and look forward to getting your feedback and insights, and very much look forward to the day. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jess. I found it personally very insightful to look at the magnitude of the challenges in both sectors, the impacts that they're having, the power that consumers have. I was wondering, is there anybody working on consumer behavior or psychology? Can you raise your hand if you are? 2 of you? Okay. I'd love to talk to you later and understand, because a lot of these things are choices that consumers make, so very curious about that. So thanks, Jess, for setting the scene. So now we are going to move into a panel discussion. It's the Sustainability Fusion Challenge. Before we go into that, I want to introduce your host for the panel, Sandra Goldmark. I've already mentioned her before. She's one of the co-hosts. She's a professor of professional practice. She's an associate at Barnard College. She's associate dean for interdisciplinary work here at Columbia Climate School. But I always hear from Vita, oh, she's so inspiring. She's so cool. She's so creative. Her reputation preceded her when I met her, and you're really amazing, Sandra. Really looking forward to this. I think there is a video coming to introduce the panel, and then Sandra will come in.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the interactive session, looking into the future of food and fashion. Today, we're here to envision a sustainable future for these 2 global industries. We want your bold ideas, your visions, and your insights on how we can drive lasting change. The contributions you share will directly inform the Sustainability Fusion Challenge, where innovative teams will use your input to shape their creative visions for the future of food and fashion.
Hi, that is awesome. I feel like MacGyver. or what was that TV show? Do you remember Knight Rider? Okay. Hi. My name is Sandra Goldmark. Thank you, Danush, that was awesome. I am, in fact, a professor at Barnard College, a professor of practice. I teach design, and I work on circular economy. And I'm an associate dean for interdisciplinary engagement here at the Columbia Climate School. So those are my official titles, but really what you might not know, and I don't think Danush mentioned, is that I spent the first part of my career, a long part of it, and still do design for theater. I was a set designer, some costumes, mostly scenery. So really, actually, I'm a storyteller. But I was trained and spent many years telling stories with objects, with stuff. And unfortunately, the story I told for many years, and in fact that I was trained to tell in grad school, involved throwing a whole lot of scenery in the dumpster after every single show, and putting a whole lot of costumes up on stage without really thinking about where they came from, or who made them, or how much they were paid. That's how I was trained. That's how I grew up as a designer, until I had a little bit of a kind of personal reckoning that I know a lot of my fellow designers have had. A lot of people I've met in this industry over the years, and not just theater, have said to themselves, what am I doing? I did not get into this to make garbage. I did not get into this to hurt people far away making the clothes that I'm putting on stage. So in that personal journey for me, from dumpster filling to sustainability, and now to the Columbia Climate School, where I get to work with amazing people like Jess and Ruth and learn about food and other elements of this big crisis and how they connect to my little corner of the world. In my journey to this, from working on stuff to climate, I leaned on the food movement. I wrote a book about my work on repair and circular economy, and I didn't really know where to begin. I was trying to launch what I was calling at the time the stuff movement. I thought, we got to change this. This is a mess. And I thought, well, the stuff movement isn't really a thing yet, but there is such a thing as the food movement. This was around 2013 when I started. And I thought, let me learn from those people. They seem to know what they're doing a little bit. And so I started reading about food. And I realized it's the same thing. We heard from Jess about some of the ways it's the same in terms of the challenges, in terms of the impact on the earth, in terms of the impact of these two industries on the people who work in these systems. And I also started realizing, as a designer, I started realizing that they're the same in terms of the fundamental story of what we're doing. We grow plants and animals. We take those resources and nutrients from the earth, we transform them with the labor of our hands, and then we bring them into ourselves, literally into our bodies and onto our bodies. It's incredibly intimate and deep and personal, and it's global. Food and clothing are two of the most fundamental things that we do as human beings, as a species. Every single human being on this planet will wake up today and eat food and get dressed. Every single one. No matter your culture, you get dressed, whether you wear like a full-on parka or the barest of garments. We all tell the story of who we are with our clothes, and we tell the story of who we are and who our families are and what our history is with the food that we make for each other. So it's a big story we're telling every day as individuals, as families, as communities, as societies, as a species. And many parts of it right now are a story that we may regret telling in this way, some of us. Because it is, as Jess showed, it's a story, not all of it, and as you'll see today, there are many parts of this story that are incredible and inspiring and new and ancient that are not messed up, right? But there are parts of this story right now that are extractive and careless in the way we extract those materials and nutrients from the earth, that are careless and devaluing of the people who make those garments and those dishes and that food. And that, as Jess pointed out, in certain parts of the world, especially right here in the United States, where the way we consume those nutrients is very wasteful, fundamentally. So it's a story we're telling. It's a human story. And the way we think about that story is a chance to not only reduce emissions and improve livelihoods around the world, and reduce waste, and maybe even raise standards of living, and maybe even sequester carbon. But changing that story is a chance to really, as individuals and as a species, change our shared story. It's a big opportunity. And so when you've got something big and gnarly like that feels too big to handle, what do those of us who have the honor of teaching do? We ask our students to do it for us. Because our students are brave, and they're willing to try things, and they're willing to go there and write a draft of that new story. So we have invited here today 3 student teams to help us imagine some better versions of that story, right? We've asked 3 groups of students to design an outfit or a garment and create a dish. Each team will present later today, at the end of the day, their design and their dish for an awesome, amazing panel of guest judges. You, the audience, will get a chance to meet the designers, taste their dish. I don't know if they made enough food for everybody, so, little bites. And more importantly, we'll get a chance to see their ideas. We've asked that their design and their dish be complementary, talk to each other, and we've asked them to work in teams for a very specific reason. We believe that not only are great ideas important, but collaboration is key. Here at the Columbia Climate School, we know that working across disciplines in effective collaborative teams is how we're going to get this done. So my friend Zach, in just a minute, is going to come start the collaborative process. You all in this room are part of the teams as well. And the reason I'm leaning into this so heavily is good ideas are a dime a dozen. Jess sort of mentioned that a little politely today, right? Good ideas are thick and fast on the ground. What's not as common is people working together collaboratively and effectively to move them forward iteratively and get them done. So we are asking our students to model that today. And we're asking you to model it with us and to help them by participating in this challenge. Zach, do you want to come on up and take it from here?
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Yeah, all right, cool. I'm Zach Fine. I'm a professor down at NYU. I teach clown, games, and theater down there. So my whole life has been dedicated to building ensemble, collaboration, play. And I think that's my favorite part about being in the theater is that you get to build an ensemble and really work collaboratively. That's what we're going to do right now. We're going to do just a little bit of collaboration to help out these teams and to build something together. But before we do that, I'm gonna actually hold on one sec. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, cool.
But the live stream cannot hear you.
It can't. Okay.
I will
help. Use the mic. Okay. All right, cool. Then great. No, I got it. It's okay. Thanks. All right, good. So do me a favor just quickly and just turn to the people near you and just say hello. Just introduce yourselves if you don't know each other. Yeah.
Hi.
All right. All right, good. Good. I got to move us along. Okay. All right. So now, all right, good. Now do me a favor. You're going to get to know each other just a little bit more in a second. But do me a favor. We're going to do just a little quick call and response game, just to get our mirror neurons going, okay? We are all social primates, and we are engineered for collaboration. That is who we are. And so sometimes we just have to remind ourselves of that a little bit. So I'm just going to do a little call and response. So clap once. Yeah, all right, that's a good start. Now, clap twice. Yeah, clap 3 times. Okay, now, repeat after me. I mean, come on. All right, amazing. All right, now we got those mirror neurons firing. Now, I have a question. Did everybody or almost everybody get a sheet of paper when they came in? Let me know if you didn't, and we have some people who can hand them out. Awesome. Good, and there's some pens if you need a pen. All right, awesome. So on your sheet of paper, it says, in a sustainable future, food and fashion will be. Okay? So this is your prompt. And I'm going to give you about 2 minutes, okay? And use up about half of this paper or whatever you want to use up, but you're going to need a little space, so don't use up all of it in the 2 minutes. And just use this as a prompt to inspire you. And we don't have to solve it all right now, so we can trust that first thought, best thought, and just take about 2 minutes and do just a little bit of writing on your own to finish or be inspired by this prompt, okay? And I'm going to start the clock now. I would sing if I could, but we'll just start the clock. Yeah. Got about a minute left. Okay, bring it to close. Got about 10 seconds. All right, now, next step. Some of you are already sitting in groups, but if you're solo, join into hopefully like a group of 2, 3, or 4 right around there around you. So you can just move a little bit closer and just share. We're going to take about 2 to 3 minutes just to read your what you wrote to the people near you. So yeah, if you haven't met the people around you or if you're already a group, great. And you can just share. Great. Hi. Nice to meet you. Yeah, yeah. Yes, good. It's good. Got to get the energy going. Yeah, yeah, that's good. That's good. Well, hopefully it'll spark the brilliance. Yeah, it's good. Yeah. Where are you based? Netherlands. Oh wow. I'm actually going there soon. My friends just moved there for the year. Very close friends in the theater. And they're now in, I'll get it through Sandra. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, good. Thanks. Yeah. I hear amazing things. Yeah, yeah. And the place to be if you're working on it. You got about a minute left, another minute of sharing. Okay. Take another 30 seconds. All right, cool. All right, so next step. Stay with your groups. So now here's the most important part and the key to the whole day. We are, as a group, going to take about 3 minutes, and you are going to weave these definitions, okay? So you're going to pick and choose. We'll make an Uber definition, one definition that feels like it's taking parts from what each person is bringing in the group, okay? In your small group, you can pick and choose words, ideas, and just try to rewrite a new sentence that is a collaborative definition, something that you've made now together. And of course, if we had all day, this would be something different, but we're going to do it really quickly. So we're going to take about 3 minutes to do it, and then we'll share a few, and then that'll be it. But these definitions, these things that we are creating, are going to be passed along to these teams. And they are going to then be woven in to the projects that they are making. So each of us is involved in the creation of these pieces. So we are weaving these ideas into the ideas that the students are already creating and bringing to the fore. So go ahead, take about 3 minutes and make your definition as a group together, okay? Go for it, and then we'll collect them at the end. Okay, you got about 90 seconds. About 90 seconds. Just about 30 seconds to finish up. 30 seconds. All right. If you haven't finished, try and put the finishing touches on it. All right. All right. Let's try this again. Here we go. And clap once. Yeah, oh, come on. Yeah. All right, clap once. Yeah, clap twice. Clap 3 times. Dope. Okay, cool. All right, now, excellent. Let's get like 1 or 2 or 3 groups to share. Go ahead and raise your hand if you have one, just to share out, just to get a little, yeah, right here. Take it away and just go ahead and share what you defined with the room. Yeah.
I'll project.
Although we got a mic for you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
In a sustainable future, food and fashion will be holistic. They will be circular, non-toxic, biomimetic, celebratory of culture and diversity, affordable, informed and traced by technology, and beautiful.
Yeah. Wow, that was amazing. Thank you. Yeah, just a few more. Go ahead. Anybody? Yeah, right over there. Oh, we got a mic? Okay, now we got 2. All right.
In a sustainable future, food and fashion will be slow, regenerative, circular, and intentional.
Yes. Thank you. Good, and just one more. One more. Yeah. Oh, great, right here. Thank you.
In a sustainable future, food and fashion will be thoughtfully produced and consumed with an understanding of where it is from, who makes it, and respectful of those producing. Food will be healthy and clothing will be durable, and it all will be produced circular in a non-waste manner. And we also wrote delicious and durable and beautiful for fashion as well.
Yeah. Delicious is good too. Yeah. Delicious would be nice. Thank you so much. So go ahead and pass the papers down to the end of the row, and we'll have some folks collect them, and these will now be divided up and given to the students. Thank you so much for participating so beautifully, for joining together, collaborating. Have a great day. I'm going to pass it on back to Sandra.
All right. Thank you, Zach. Thank you, you all. Okay, I think we're done for the day because you guys just figured it out. Should we all just go home? Okay. Now, this is the moment that I have been waiting for, and I hope you have. Students, will you come on up, please, and stand in your teams? And I am so honored and excited to introduce Sally Chu, who is the co-director of the Fashion, Energy, and Climate Network here at the Columbia Climate School. She's also a research associate at the Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia School of International and Public Affairs, And she is pursuing a part-time degree in fashion design at Parsons. And Sally is going to tell us a little bit about her network and introduce our students.
Thank you, Sandra. So hi, everyone. Thank you, Sandra and Zach, for this very fun interactive session. And thank you, everyone, for being here. So my name is Sally, and I am the co-director of the Fashion, Energy, and Climate Network here at the Clim-Eat School. And like many of the speakers that we already had today, my journey in sustainable fashion also started from the food system. So I have been a researcher at CGEP, Center on Global Energy Policy, for the past few years. And during COVID, I was involved in this project where we're researching the greenhouse gas emission from the entire food system. And that was a project in collaboration with the Food Agriculture Organization. And from there, I start to see things from this very systematic and holistic approach. And I just thought there are so many transferable frameworks and methodology and innovations that is transferable between the food system, from the food system to the fashion system. So that's what really inspired me from pursuing this new initiative in sustainable fashion. And I'm also so excited to see an event like this to bridge these two very fundamentally important aspects to our daily life. So before we introduce the team, I would just like to say a few words about our Fashion, Energy, and Climate Network. So it is a newly launched initiative under Clim-Eat School's Earth Network program. So we are one of the 3 new initiatives that launched this year. We have the goal to assess and address the complex connections between the fashion industry and climate change, and we want to bring together industry leaders, academic researchers, and policymakers and other key stakeholders to create sustainable and effective solutions and make fashion system more climate friendly and also more socially equitable. I'm really excited to see where this new initiative gonna take us, and I'm very excited to perhaps collaborate and partner with some of you guys here as we push forward this transformative initiative in the fashion space. So now let's meet our student teams. So today we have 3 teams. I'm gonna start with the team Roots to STEM. Woo, they're here. So the team Roots to STEM is made up of graduate students from Columbia's International Public Affairs and Barnard College. And I'm gonna hand you the microphone, and then you tell everyone your name and your role in the team today. Sounds good? Yeah, so we're gonna start with you.
Hi everyone, my name is Valerie. I'm the sous chef here today.
Ooh, sous chef.
Hi everyone, my name is Shruti and I'm the chef.
Hi everyone, I'm Ramin and I'm working with the fashion team and I'm the stitcher.
Hi, my name is Adore, and I'm also with the fashion team as one of the designers.
My name is Kepara, and I'm also with the fashion team as a stitcher.
Hi, my name is Divya. I'm also with the fashion team, and I'm the presenter for the team as well.
Thank you. So this is Team Roots to STEM. And next up, we have Team Forage and Fuse. Where are you guys? Here. So they are a group of students from Barnard College, also SIPA and Bergen County Academies. And then I'm going to pass the microphone, and then we do the introduction.
Hi, my name is Alan, and I'm working within the food team.
Hi, my name is Leah, and I'll be presenting to the design.
Hi, I'm Michelle, and I'm the chef, or one of the chefs.
I'm Alexandra, and I'm the designer.
I'm Annie, and I'll be working with the design team as a stitcher.
Thank you. This is so wonderful, and best wishes for today's work. And then now, I guess you guys are the team Green Scouts, right? And for Team Green Scouts, we have students representing the Bergen County Academies. And then we're going to pass the microphone and do introductions.
Hi, I'm Celine. I'm working in the design team.
Hi, I'm Zoe. I'm also in the design team.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I'm working as a sous chef.
Hi, I'm Haven. I'll be the chef.
Hi, I'm Andy. I'll be the presenter.
So this is Team Green Scouts. Thank you, everyone. So we're now very eager to see the amazing work that you guys are going to put together today. Best of luck to all of you, and let's get this exciting competition started. Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Don't go anywhere just yet. All right, don't go just yet. We are going to hand it off, but I just wanted to show you, this is what you put together. We are going to give these to them. Don't worry, you don't have to deal with all of them. We're going to go upstairs. They're going to start work. We will be back at 3:30, and you get to see their work and taste it. And so now I'm going to hand things back over to Danush. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but let's just have a big round of applause for our students. All right, let's head upstairs.
Yeah, thank you so much, and good luck to all of you. Really looking forward to seeing and tasting your work later. Thanks, Sandra, Zach, and Sally. That was a really engaging discussion, and I think the energy levels are up. So we are going to transition to the next event. But, I was here on Saturday. There was the World Leaders Forum and the Food for Humanity initiative event that Jess organized. And one of the participants, I believe she was a student, she asked me a question. And the question was, as a young woman, she was feeling maybe like how open the research sector is and the NGO sector where I work in to women in leadership, And I think this session is the answer. This session is all about women leading on climate and food and fashion and other sectors. And we're really looking forward to hearing from people who have been leading. So stay on. I will hand over and introduce to our facilitator, Catherine McKenna. She's the chair of the UN High-Level Expert Group on the Net Zero Emissions Commitments of Non-State Entities. And she's also an adjunct senior research scholar here at Columbia Climate School. And previously, she was the Minister of Environment and Climate Change in Canada. I think there's a video. There is a video. There is a video to introduce you. No.
Welcome to the Women Leading in Climate panel. Today, we'll hear from visionary women who aren't just shaping the future, they're redefining it. These dynamic leaders are pioneering innovative solutions for a more sustainable world. So get ready for an empowering conversation that's sure to inspire bold action.
Alrighty, I am super psyched to be back here at Columbia University, and it's been a really bonkers climate week, but I will say it is the highlight when I'm hanging out with students, but also with awesome folks, especially awesome women. So I'm really excited for this panel. I'm neither a food expert, as my kids will tell you, in terms of my cooking, nor am I a fashion expert. But I do care greatly about climate, and I did make an offer, so I don't know, it wasn't mentioned, but I'm going to COP because I'm leading work for the UN Secretary General. It's like the world's longest title, but it's actually on greenwashing. It's about clear criteria and standards for corporates, financial institutions, cities, and regions as to when you say you're net zero, there's a price of admission. You don't get to put up your hand and say I'm amazing and not be amazing. So I did say that I will wear whatever the winner, I don't know if it's the winner of this contest or some contest that is done, some fashionable thing, I don't care. I will wear as cool, as crazy, as whatever at COP. So I don't know, hopefully that motivates people. I'm super psyched about that. I'm really excited about this panel. I mean, this is obviously a critically important issue when you look at the emissions from food and fashion. It's extremely significant, and all I do my time now is figure out how do we drive down emissions. but also how do we create spaces for innovation to do things better in a more equitable way for everyone. So I think that's super an opportunity here. We launched Women Leading on Climate yesterday, a global launch. It's a pretty tough time. I'm actually going to be pretty honest. Is anyone here Canadian? Okay, it's kind of sucking right now in Canada. I'm really worried because we worked very, very hard to get carbon pricing, and I had a lot of support from loads of people, especially young people. And now it's all at risk, so that makes me feel pretty down. But then we launched Women Leading on Climate, and this is for women, girls, gender diverse people to join so that we can actually now restart a movement to demand that governments step up next year. It's a very critical year into COP30 in Brazil, and have more ambitious climate plan with real action. So you are all welcome to join. Go to womenleadingonclimate.org. I will get back to you on whatever it is. If you go to my Twitter, it's Kath McKenna. You can see it there. So now we're going to get to this awesome panel with awesome women to talk about a critical topic. These are women who've really been leading the force behind the most important milestones that we've seen when it comes to food and fashion. They are dynamic, they are innovative, they are super smart and amazing. So I'm excited to be here. They will give you a much better overview both of the topic, but also what they are personally doing. But I'll just say here that the World Economic Forum estimates that there are about 44 trillion US dollars of economic value generation is dependent on nature as climate change continues to impact on food systems, supply chains, and the natural environment. We really need to put a lot more emphasis on sustainable and regenerative practices. So I'm going to call our panelists up here. I don't know, you can all come up and then I will just introduce you as you sit down. Yeah, look at this awesome panel. Okay, so I am going to try to go in the order we have here. So we have Amanda Sturgeon. She's the CEO of Biomimicry Institute, former CEO of the International Living Future Institute. She spent a decade creating regenerative frameworks such as the Living Building and Community Challenge programs, scaled the organization globally, and created a global movement around biophilic design. She is an award-winning architect, author, and TED speaker. So like a real underachiever we've got here. That's good. We've got Marcy Zaroff, CEO and founder of Eco Fashion Corp, board chair, co-founder of Textile Exchange. But I asked her to say, okay, what's the thing? She said the last 30 years she's been connecting food and fashion. She coined the term eco fashion when? In 1995, so that's a while ago. We still have some work to do, but it's great that Eco Fashion Corp, a greenhouse of brands, including B2B turnkey apparel and home textile supply chain platform, regenerative organic cotton farm project, Reset, and affordable sustainable lifestyle blends from farm to home, and yes, and I think also this t-shirt is Marcy's design and Marcy's t-shirt. I saw it at COP. Whatever COP was, I lose track of COPs, but maybe whatever COP it was in, it was in Glasgow, and I saw all these t-shirts hanging, and they were like stubborn climate optimists, so I don't know. These are awesome shirts. Everywhere I go, people want these shirts, so hopefully we can get shirts available to everyone. Okay, now quickly, Amanda Parks, science and engineering background. So as she said, fashion from the back door. She's Chief Innovation Officer at Pangea, sorry, and a material science brand and collective building a sustainable future and lifestyle product. She's also the Chief Innovation Officer of Future Tech Lab, a hybrid investment fund, agency, and experimental lab focused on the future of sustainable and interactive fashion, also many other awesome things. And then, of course, we all know Ruth DeFries. Ruth DeFries is a professor of ecology and sustainable development at Columbia University in New York. She is totally awesome, doing amazing things like images from satellites and field surveys to examine how the world's demands for food and other resources are changing land use through the tropics. This is really critical research because we really need to quantify these things and really understand them. So she looks at how land use changes affect climate, biodiversity, and other ecosystems, services, as well as human development. Okay, that's a lot. We are now going to jump into the QA. So, Marcy, we're going to start with you. How can eco-fashion transform the fashion industry to become more sustainable and ethical?
Hi, everyone. So, well, first of all, I'm really excited to be here, and thank you to Clim-Eat. This is one of my favorite topics, and so to answer that question, you know, I've been kind of on this journey, as Catherine mentioned, for over 35 years. So, you know, started when I was an infant. And you know, the connectivity really starts in agriculture. So when we start to talk about eco-fashion, the reason that I got into eco-fashion is because I was deep in the trenches of the organic agriculture movement and the natural foods movement back in the late 80s, early 90s. I co-founded a school that's known as the Institute for Integrative Nutrition, which today has certified over 200,000 people as health coaches. And it was through that work that I discovered the interconnection of food and fiber, especially cotton, which is the dirtiest crop in agriculture. And even though it's less than 3% of the world's agriculture, it represents up to 20% of the most harmful chemicals and insecticides, fertilizers, pesticides. So when you start to think about how can we transform the fashion industry, and you think about 1/3 of the world's textiles are actually made out of cotton. And when everybody at this, especially this week, everyone's talking about regenerative agriculture, right? Well, you can't just talk about food without talking about fiber. And, you know, the whole basis of regenerative agriculture is crop rotation and building soil health and building nutrients in soil, cotton being a very important part of that rotation. So one way to use eco-fashion to actually start to make this transition to climate smart fashion is to start at the source, right? To start at the seed, to look at that, look at cotton and how we're growing cotton. 60% of the cotton plant, by the way, goes into the food stream. So when you gin out the seeds, they get crushed and made into cottonseed oil, which is in a lot of the snack foods that you're probably eating, right? As well as feed for dairy. So if you eat dairy products, you're probably eating cottonseed. So that's one big way. Of course, circularity is another way the industry is really engaging around eco-fashion, this kind of fusion that, when I started, it was about styling the world of change and changing the world of style and kind of bridging the tree hugger and the fashionista. And I used to go to, conferences that were, the fashion conferences, but also the natural food conferences. And it was almost like schizophrenia, because one world was talking about, I've got your back, we're all in this together, Whole Foods, Wild Oats, they were collaborating back, 30 years ago with a greater good and a vision that they shared. And then you had the fashion industry where it was like, watch your back. Everybody's out to get you. So now to see these worlds converging and this topic sort of bridging these worlds is super exciting, and there's so much opportunity ahead.
Amazing. So we have 2 questions. We may go into more, but I'm just going to do one each, and then we will go back and then try to have a little bit more of an organic conversation. So Ruth, how can a systems-based approach that integrates science policy and on-the-ground practices drive more holistic climate resilience in food systems?
Thanks. I will try to answer your question. I'm not sure I will. This is a really awesome, fun event. I don't want to put a downer on this event, but I do want to remind us that who is producing the food and the fiber that is making up the food and fashion industry. And in much of the world, these are the poorest people in the world. I mean, how ironic is that? That the people who are producing the resource, the food and the fiber, are the poorest people and cannot afford to make choices. So when we think about what the future might look like, we have to think about the whole economic system, the whole policy world, about making it more feasible for the people who are producing to have dignity, to have incentives to produce in the way that is more sustainable. That's on the producer end. On the consumption end, I'm sure we all in this room care a lot about sustainable food and fashion and might be willing to pay a premium for sustainable food and fashion. That's not most of the people in the world. Most of the people in the world don't have a lot of flexibility to have premiums to spend extra on food and fiber. So when we think about the future, we've really got to think about not just how we might be willing to pay and what we might like, but what drives the decisions in the world, which is probably very different from the way we in this room make decisions in this world. So to put some thinking into our, what was the word you used? Holistic, systemic systems thinking about what drives decisions, because it's, as Sandra said, the millions, billions of decisions that people around the world are making every day about what they buy, what they cook, what they feed their families, and what they choose, what garments they choose to wear every day. So what is driving those decisions? And a lot of that is going to be around affordability, taste, what they think is beautiful. Everyone has the right to have their own choices about that, and think in a system sort of way about how we can sort of nudge the incentive system so that it makes it possible for people to have make affordable choices, options, and affordable choices that makes sustainability possible.
Well, thanks very much, because I think it is a reminder that we can kind of be up here hanging out in New York. And I mean, we are all fortunate to be here. I mean, people are coming from very different backgrounds and circumstances. But I mean, there's a whole, the rest of the world. Most of the world doesn't have these options. And I think we'll come back to that, because I think it's really important when we think about women in leadership roles, but also how are women in leadership roles making sure that as we think about reducing emissions, driving sustainability, we're also thinking about, the women that don't have those options or choices. So so moving to Amanda, Amanda Sturgeon. I know we got two Amandas here. That's Amanda, right? Amanda Sturgeon. How can biomimicry provide innovative solutions for sustainable design in food and fashion? And maybe just because I'm like a lay person, can you unpack a bit about biomimicry? I don't know. Everyone else might be highly sophisticated. I'm just an average person here.
I know. I was going to ask a show of hands. Who knows what biomimicry is?
Wait, see, these are like very smart students. Very good. I have no idea.
Not everybody. So, so biomimicry is a fairly simple concept, really, which is looking at the brilliance of nature and learning from it to mimic into the things that we make, the way we live our lives, and as a solution set for any challenge we might face, social or from a design making perspective. So, we have been working for the last 20 years or so, since our founder Janine Benyus released the book Biomimicry, to have proof points to how we can learn from nature to shift our world. We have a wonderful Ray of Hope prize and now accelerator that has put through about 40 startups. And some of those actually are great fashion companies, like Spintex, which looks at how we can mimic spiderweb, the structure of spider webs to create the fabrics of the future that are completely biodegradable and reduce the fossil fuel impacts, all the way through to companies that like Wearwool or Sparksol that look at how we can change the way we color based on mimicking the structure of structural color. So when you look at an iridescent beetle or a hummingbird, you probably don't realize that because of the way the cellulose structure is basically in a little sort of tiny spiral, that's why you see the iridescent color. So Sparksol, for example, have figured out how to make that pigment out of waste cellulose. So reduces an immense amount of mining resources for the colorants and dyes that we use, and also produces a non-toxic solution that can, again, be biodegradable fully. We've also worked on the other end of fashion. So we have a program called Design for Decomposition that spun out of our Nature of Fashion report a few years ago. And that's focused on how do we deal with the mountains and mountains and mountains of fashion waste that are ending up in places like Ghana. and decompose them into beneficial outputs that can then be new inputs for fashion or other industries. And that's all looking at how we use biological enzymes and how does nature break down things. So we've worked at both ends of the fashion industry through our startup accelerator, the Ray of Hope, but also through our specific program, the Design for Transformation. But biomimetic can also be used to sort of look at, for example, how does nature build trust? How does nature develop leadership models or relationships? How does nature transfer nutrients and if you like, sort of wealth and resources? So nature is infinite. The solutions are infinite. It's 3.8 billion years of brilliance. And on our Ask Nature website, which is free for all of you to use and search, you can search all kinds of challenges you might have and then solutions that you can find in nature. And then you'll see examples like the ones that I mentioned where that's actually been put into production or an idea or a solution set. So yeah, our job really, I like to think of it as we're taking all the amazing science and biology and brilliance that we know about our natural world, and we're sort of the translator for us to rebuild our ecological knowledge, familiarity with the brilliance of nature, and to help people then translate it into changing our world for the better.
That's great. I mean, now I learned a lot about this. I want to come back so everyone can think about this, because I'm a little bit off script always, so I don't want everyone to get all freaked out. So you can think about this, but I think we need to delve in a little bit more, but in a more comprehensive way. How do we transform food and fashion in the short term? Because I work on net zero, so 2030 is very consequential to us if we're actually going to, stay below 1.5 degrees, and that is very hard, and we are not there at all. And then also in the longer term. So maybe we can have like a little more organic. But I'm going to now go to Amanda Parks. So Pangaea has been on, I hope I said it right. Did I get it right? Sort of. Okay, I'm trying. Has been the forefront of sustainable fashion through innovative materials and processes. Can you unpack that a little bit more and explain like what are you doing and what are these, what are these innovative materials and processes that you see as real opportunities?
Yeah, so first of all, thanks for having me and happy to be back at Columbia. I used to be a professor at GSAP in the architecture school teaching biomaterials and such things. So, but yeah, so when the founding of Pangaea, we are known as a fashion brand, but really it's a back-end of material science company. So we're developing innovations and also doing collaborations with startups and with research labs. So it was really born out of this hybrid model. And so I came to fashion through the back door, where I was in tech, material science. I worked at Google and wearables and all different kinds of things. And one thing that I was noticing as I sort of ventured more into fashion through the material lens is that tech companies own the means of their own production. They're designing the future of the industry. Apple, Google, right? They're making the algorithms and the products. And the big fashion companies didn't have this internal research. It wasn't kind of self-guiding and so it was very arbitrary, like where innovation was coming from. So Pangaea was really founded as a way to say, we're going to basically put the fashion industry into a better trajectory so that we can have more sustainable solutions while using the highest levels of science and technology to get there. So the philosophy that I developed, the material philosophy for our brand, is what I call high-tech naturalism, which is what we're saying is that, look, the world, if we kind of change our perspective and talk about optimism, look at the world as a place of abundance, right? Well, what is around for us to use? So things like waste, we talk a lot about waste valorization, and even things that we've created as problems like carbon. Carbon can be a material that we can use, right? So shifting that lens and saying we're going to use these sort of the products of waste and then use the science and technology, which how we've developed even most recently things like synthetic biology and biofabrication to kind of up the value of these. So a good example of one of our main innovations is something called flower down, which is an alternative to animal down, but also has no synthetic or petrochemical elements. So it's in the plant-based category. And it's also really important to point out that when people say vegan leather, that's plastic. Right. So the point is that what we do is we have a particular kind of waste wildflower, which is picked as a weed. It's regeneratively grows in the wild, and And we mix that with cellulosic aerogel, which is a very advanced innovation, and biopolymer, and this retains the kind of thermal properties that you would get from a regular down, and also it has a structural property to maintain and make it last and make it washable. So this is an alternative to both animal or synthetic down, but it's 100% plant-based. So inventions like that, which are sort of looking at where can we use waste. We also developed things like plant and fruit fiber, which we wanted to make a kind of beautiful drapey jersey that had zero cotton, right? And it's all made from the waste of pineapple, waste of banana plants, and seafood, seaweed, and this kind of idea of looking around and creating unique blends. There's so many fibers out there that we can kind of utilize to kind of rebalance our relationship with nature. Like the whole point about regenerative agriculture is you want to be growing lots of different things together. So how do we use bits and pieces of the variety is how we can actually kind of create a better future for sustainable growth.
So you guys have amazing, you women have really awesome ideas. So all I do every day is I wake up and I say, how are we driving down emissions? And I worry because we're still very far from where we need to be. And obviously food and fashion is awesome, but it's also has a massive impact. Fast fashion, food waste is a huge contributor to climate change, and we don't have time. So I am going to ask, what do you think that we need to be doing in the short term? Like, we don't have a lot of time. Like, 2030 is extremely consequential. We have to reduce emissions by half globally. And by the way, the developed world has been the largest contributor to climate change, and the impacts are being felt, as Ruth said, by people, by often women. They're disproportionately impacted by climate change that are the poorest. So I think we need to think about this. So my question is like a little, it's a hard question, but hard things are hard, as I tell everyone. So what is it that can be done in food and fashion in the short term that can really drive down emissions aligned with 1.5? But how do we do that in a way that we think about equity? And because I spend a lot of time in developing countries, they're exporting their stuff for us so we can benefit in the developed world and are the most impacted. So I think always having an equity lens to try to think about how do we get multiple outcomes from what we're doing. So since Ruth started this off, I'm going to start with Ruth to give us an answer on this. We have 19 minutes left. I do have a very fast question at the end for you. So we'll have to keep it short but pithy.
I'll keep it short, but can I keep it short by putting both your questions in one, the long term and the short term, so we can...
So you can totally do whatever you want. If you're going to get me emission reductions, you go for it.
Okay, because we have to think about where we need to be in the long term and then think about the short term about how to get to the long term. So the long term, this is like political suicide to say, I'm a useless academic, so I can say this, is that what we really need is to have the costs of food and fashion, the external cost internalized into the cost. The cost of the waste, the cost of the pesticides, the cost of the emissions, the costs of the impacts of processed food on, ultra-processed food on health. All of those costs now are not captured in the costs that people pay at the cash register or online or wherever they pay. So ultimately, that's really where we need to go, is to internalize the external cost. Now, that's really hard to say because that makes things more expensive, and that's not a very good thing to say. But how to get there, how to get it so that the food and fashion, which are more sustainable, are competitive price-wise, and exactly what you're doing, Catherine, to hold these pledges that have been made, to hold those industries accountable to really living up to that pledge. And if they do live up to the pledge and it costs more, then those costs are going to be passed on to the consumer, and we might start to see some kind of starting balance with internalizing those external costs.
So of course you're talking to someone who brought in carbon pricing, so like now my heart is like grown bigger. I'm very happy that you say that, because of course, like, I mean, fast fashion obviously has it doesn't have any bearings of the real costs that we have not, that we are not accounting for. So I think that's great. So that's good. That's not a useless academic point. That's actually like an economics real point. So that's very important that we put that out there. So now, you know, we have the women innovators. So what do you, like, I love innovation. I get so excited. And when everyone's like, it's such a drag, climate change, you gotta do work. And I'm like, no, but this is also an opportunity to be smarter about what we do and innovate. That's exciting. So, but I want real solutions. Like I'm holding, like I hold my corporates and financial institutions accountable for what they say. What do you think in the short term? And I think Ruth makes a very long point. Like you have a long-term goal, but then you have short-term targets and get up every day and do the work to get to those targets. So, you know, thinking about both short-term and long-term, and you can approach this question however you want, like what are the real opportunities? But we got to drive down emissions now. It can't just be some nice solution that we're going to get in 2050. I don't know, who wants to start? I'll let either of you start.
I don't mind starting. Yeah, so I think through the climate crisis, and now increasingly as people are becoming aware, the nature and biodiversity crisis as an interconnected set of challenges, we've focused on sort of switching from fossil fuels to renewables, or switching from kind of one method to another. But we really haven't systemically addressed the consumption and this sort of obsessive need for growth in our economies and how that underpins, our entire financial systems. As long as we are focused on, I've been in countless presentations over the last 2 decades where people say, this isn't going to slow down any growth. We can have everything we want and grow, but yes, we can affect the climate targets, and we can also, start to halt nature destruction. And I just don't think that's true. I think that we have to address the growth mindset in our economies, and we have to stop talking about these things as if we can have them both. Even when we look at switching to renewables, it's fantastic. But when you live in a country like I do, like Australia, and you see the destruction from lithium mining and the amount of mining that's going to be needed to support renewable energy, it also gives me a sense that we're switching from one problem to another and not fundamentally looking at the fact that we are consuming too much. So yes, I do think there's a role for ecosystem services to play, where we start to value the impacts of the things that we consume. But fundamentally, I think we have to stop talking about this as we can still have growth in our capital markets, and we can still have growth in our economies, because I don't think that's going to get us there.
So that's a big answer. But we all have to be part of this, right? Like we all have to also not just be like, okay, that's great, I'm going to H&M or Uniqlo, or I'm going wherever. Your thrift shop. Okay, so I don't know who wants to go next. I'm just actually going to put poor Frederick on my team. Can you just find out at Women Leading on Climate if it's .org or .com? .org, all right, everyone go there, sign up. Women, men can, anyone, whatever your gender, you can also join.
Okay.
It's like, okay.
Yeah, so I want to say something to add on to this point about growth. I'm 100% agree with you, and I think that one of the things that's interesting about fashion is that how it works culturally is that it's experiential, right? And so this idea that we can have the joy, like I personally get like joy, it's about personal expression, all of these things. How can we change the mechanisms of fashion that are not just about pure consumption and purchasing and production, but turn it into experiential? And I think it's, like, I love what's happening with Gen Z. This is why I do feel a little bit optimistic, is the growth of the kind of rental, sharing, resale, right? All these kind of peer-to-peer systems that are starting to pop up and be actually very popular, that these are the things that are going to kill fast fashion, because fast fashion exists because people want change, right? And they want, they want newness. But you can have that in ways that don't involve the actual pure consumption. On top of that, I wonder, who's heard of the book Donut Economics? Anybody here? Yeah. So I think, that was one way to think about how do you have growth in the right way, right? So that's basically the idea that you have, an outer boundary which you don't want to, go beyond in terms of the planetary boundaries, and you want to have a floor where you're protecting people and the earth. But that's where you can see the space for innovation, moving inside that donut where it's not growth in a linear, like kind of never-ending way. It's constrained within the resources of the world. And I think if we could look at it with that, because we can't say there's going to be zero growth, because we do need to move forward as a culture to get to better places. There's always a cost to everything. There's no perfect sustainable solution. It's about where you are and what are you doing when. And so kind of thinking about how do we start to start limiting resource consumption without limiting creativity.
That is great. Donut Economics, very good book, by the way. So Marcy, you're going to solve this for us.
Here we go. So first of all, as chair of the board of the Textile Exchange, we have an overriding commitment with almost 1,000 members to reduce our collective carbon footprint by 45% by 2030. And our focus is on what we call Tier 4, which is where the preferred fibers and materials are, right? So it's 70% of environmental and social impacts actually happen at the fiber and material level, which is why the work of Pangaea is so great. And what we do at Eco Fashion Corp as well is we start at the seed or the raw material. We build up the supply chain to unlock all the inefficiencies, because as some of us have touched on, we have to break that stigma that, it costs so much more and you don't know what you're getting, and how do I know, and is this real? And we have to start to build this traceability using data from source to story, collaborating between the food and the fashion industries, because we all start at the source, right? And these crops, as I mentioned earlier, are all growing side by side. And so we can tell these stories together. So as an example, to unlock, leverage the power of fashion to really, unlock climate action and change, we can start to align with, industries that are huge procurement, vehicles of textiles. So when we say fashion, it's not just runway fashion. Look, we're all wearing clothing. We all sleep on bed sheets. We all use towels. So textiles touch us in so many different ways. So an example that we're doing at Eco Fashion Corp, number one is, the music industry, right? Where you have, Billie Eilish has been very outspoken about her, vision around plant-based and the food system. Her mom is very proactive in that world. Well, think about the amount of merch that comes out of a tour, her e-commerce, her retail, so we just created 80% certified organic regenerative, 20% certified recycled t-shirts for merch for her album launch. And when you start to look at, so BillieEilish.com, so when you start to look at, the unlock there, right? And the number of artists, Taylor Swift is also a Universal Music Group artist. Imagine her getting on stage and saying, we're going to change the world together, and there's so much power in connecting to those storytellers. And, the social media mafia can be your best friend or your worst enemy. And so we have to be, authentic, we have to be transparent, and we have to build systems that we're holding hands and collaborating, because, 1 + 1 = 11, right? We're exponentially stronger together than we are apart. And even things like the hospitality industry, think about all the bedding and bath there, and food is a big part of hospitality, but so are textiles, right? So we have to start linking these industries to unlock, the being able to expand regenerative and organic agriculture or circular materials. And as, Amanda mentioned also, agri-waste, right? Down at the farm gate, there's so much waste. When you look at pineapple, and I know you touched on that, I just got back from Costa Rica where, I learned there's 370 containers a day of just leaves that, a pineapple plant in a year makes 1 pineapple. And all those leaves just become waste that oftentimes get burned, emitting GHG, fossil fuel, or into the climate, into the atmosphere and pollution. And so we have an ability now, instead of, burning those leaves, to actually extract the fiber out of them, right? There's tremendous opportunity there to turn that fiber not just into, you hear about, pineapple leather, but oftentimes, as you mentioned, there's synthetic chemicals put in that, but also cottonizing it, right? There's another opportunity there. So, when you start to look at hemp and cotton and wool and, you know, these food plants, you know, mushrooms and pineapple, banana, coffee, sugar cane. These are all opportunities to turn into fiber where we can unlock, you know, build better soil health to capture carbon. So it's not just about mitigation, it's also about sequestration, right? There's a lot of studies now showing that soil is one of our greatest solutions to climate change. So we can collaborate and join forces, food and fiber, to unlock that opportunity.
I like it. Everyone's very excited here. So I think a lot about transformative change. And, you know, of course, like we're talking about innovations often. But I think we need to innovate in how we actually get action. And that means I think I'm at tables with a lot of men. Often when I say things, they're like, oh my gosh, here she goes again. So I'm old now, I don't really care. But I still go on and I say, well, actually, I do real things. But it's been shown that 80% of the world's population wants more climate action than their governments are delivering. And women are 2.5 times more likely to push for climate action. I will include in that youth generally and also gender diverse individuals. And so this is why I'm now very focused on women leading on climate, because I have seen the power of women. It started with the Paris Agreement when we had Laurence Fabiana, Christiana Figueres, Mary Robinson talking about climate justice. We had Sharon Burrows, she was a labor leader. We had all these women, ministers like me. I was like minister for like 3 days and I was there. But I think this is the opportunity to transform also power, because we have very established interests. And I'm from Canada, so the oil and gas industry, let me tell you, I'm not their favorite person, as you can imagine. I don't care. But we need to overthrow this. And I think one of the ways we do this is actually through courageous leadership that is pragmatic, which often, honestly, I've seen with women and young people. So my question, and we sadly have very little time, but it is of great interest to me because we don't have time, and I think we need to use every single lever, which is innovation in all spaces, but also how we do things. And please vote. Sorry, everyone just vote. That's very important. I know that there are many issues on the table, but I will tell you there's one option on every single issue I'm sure you care about. It sucks. It's terrible. We lived it in Canada. I can tell you it's brutal. You probably lived it too. So, but the transformative change that we need, you are all very strong. I think you identify as women, however you identify, you're very strong. So how do we tap in this power where people want change but established interests? We are going to have to change the rules of the game. So putting it to you, how do we do this? I mean, you're already doing it individually, but how do you see in where your space is, how do we bring this power to the forefront and use it as opposed to always being told, no, we've got to do less, it's too hard, you know? And by the way, often lots of people making a ton of money where the most impacts don't even have a voice.
I just want to touch on one thing that's coming, which is a game changer in our industry, is policy. In 2026, you know, the EU is going to be making it a mandate, transparency, science-based climate targets. I mean, this is changing the game and lighting a fire under the whole industry. So it's no longer about staying ahead, it's about not being left behind. And I think the convergence of consumer demand for transparency and accountability and even Whole Foods came out with a report this morning about, you know, the increase in the last couple years around, you know, that demand that we've been reading about in marketing reports is continuing to grow for sustainability and accountability of brands and products. And you know, voting with your dollars, married with, of course, risk mitigation. I mean, look at geopolitics out there today, right? It's, you know, brand reputational risk, and, you know, there's so many layers, but policy and that convergence and the, you know, and technology now being infused into our industry, you know, as another catalyst, all of these forces are bringing us to a place where it's game on.
Can I just say one thing? So that is very true. Having been in government, we need businesses, and women are the ones who often say this to support government, because we have many people lobbying against policy every flippin' day. And so we need women, and this is part of our network of women, to get women leaders to say, we support positive policy. We support carbon pricing. We support emission, you know, reduction requirements. And so women can push this, so encouragement to you leaders. Okay, I think there's a lot of interest in this one.
Well, I think one of the other key things that's emerged over the last few years is the quantification of the amount of risk that we are at due to the destruction of nature. I think one very positive moment in time is that now there's some methodologies and initiatives to start quantifying that risk. I think once we understand that we've reached a point in nature where we're going to see collapse of entire ecosystems and ecologies and weather patterns, that hopefully that's a wake-up call that, you know, this sort of continual taking from nature to underpin our economies and our businesses is not going to be possible in the future. To get to also your sort of, I think, question about women leaders, I mean, I can only speak from my own personal experience and having the joy of working with other women leaders now at the Institute and in the past, is that I think women bring this sense of wanting to make sure that the bounty of the world and natural systems is not something we destroy in their lifetime, and that future generations have a sustainable planet of some kind. I don't think it will look like what it is now or what it has been, but that future generations can survive here. And I think women, whether they're mothers or not mothers, tend to think more in generational care and generational support versus just their own needs or greed in the moment. So yes, it's a huge potential, I think, for more women leaders to rise up and to join together and bring that sensibility to the table.
So why don't we go to Amanda, and then Ruth, you will get the final word.
Okay.
I think we can go like a minute over. Are you guys going to keep us? Will we like? Okay, it's good. It's good.
I
We
can
got
be-
a
I'll
little
be-
more
I can be
time.
quick.
You can like take in a minute or two.
Yeah. So I was thinking about it more from this perspective of, you know, you said being in government, me coming from tech, you're always in rooms with all men, and you know, for years and years and years. And it's this whole idea, it's been shown that just diversity breeds just more diverse ideas, right? And so this idea of being a woman in those spaces is you can see different opportunities. And this is something that I love about fashion, because like a quick anecdote, a couple years ago, MIT Alumni Magazine did a piece on me about my work in fashion, and after I got a bunch of Twitter hate from guys saying, she's wasting her degree from MIT, why would she work in such a stupid industry? And so that kind of thinking was really just amazing to me, because I wrote a piece on it, back at it, saying, you know, the Jacquard loom, which was invented in 1803, is the precursor to the first computer. Fashion gave us computation, right? And these kinds of things. And so my perspective as a woman, I've always loved fashion and textiles, has allowed me to see these opportunities in spaces, so that where does innovation go to? And so that's kind of where I feel on that back end, just diversity of thought leadership. And then also on the whole angle of, I think of my job a lot as what I call scientific diplomacy, where I'm trying to talk to fashion brands, talk to nerdy startups, talk to manufacturers, and there's a lot of just convincing people to try new things and to do. And I think, I don't know, this may be too generalized, but women, you know, are kind of better at those kinds of negotiations. I know that I have a kind of better outcomes than my sort of male counterpart in some of those situations. So that's also a kind of little secret. I don't know.
No, I think that's great. And like, look, I've had my share of haters, and I think we got to stick together, right? We got to call it out sometimes, not always, but call it out, stick together. Okay, Ruth.
Okay, we're in negative time, so really quick, I would just say we have to be bold. We have bold, outlandish politicians saying all kinds of authoritarian, crazy stuff. So we can be bold too. And we need to be bold and not be afraid to be bold. And I would also say that, yes, women leadership is so critical, so important, brings so many essential dimensions, but we also have to be inclusive. We can't just make this a women's issue. It has to be an everyone's issue.
100%. Okay, so this is amazing, and I want to thank the panel. You are courageous, pragmatic leaders, and we're all just going to keep on keeping on together, but we're going to be bold. Thank you very much.
If you can just stay seated, because I'm just going to make a quick announcement, and then we want to make a photo. So if you can just stay seated, and Danny will make the photo just after this announcement. So everyone, we're going to head into coffee break now. So we will have about 20 minutes. So if you can be back here at 11:30, that'll be great. So coffee will be downstairs in the foyer. So for coffee breaks and for lunch, we are partnering with two companies. One is Redish, which is a local women-owned company reducing waste with reusable containers. So what you have to do, you have to play your part. So to help minimize food waste, you need to empty any food waste that you have into the compost bins, and Redish has provided us a container where you can put your dishes back, and they will collect it, they will wash it, and it will be used again. It's a really nice idea, and we have Cameron from Redish here. Is Cameron here? So maybe she'll be downstairs. You can talk to her if you want to find out more. We're also partnering with Le Botaniste, New York's first organic, plant-based, and carbon-neutral restaurant. So all the food that you'll be served will be organic, plant-based, and hopefully carbon-neutral as well. So and then come back at 11:30. We'll have a panel about food innovations and fashion innovations with Dario Soto Abril. So thanks, everyone, for being a wonderful audience. Thank you, panelists. And Danny's over there, so if we can just pose for Danny. Catherine's, she's making a photo.
Welcome to The Forward, Innovations in Sustainable Food and Fashion panel, where the future of sustainability is being reimagined. Today, we're diving into the cutting-edge ideas that are reshaping what we eat and what we wear. From revolutionary food systems to eco-friendly fashion, these trailblazers are pushing boundaries like never before. Ready for some exciting innovation? Buckle up and get ready to explore the future of food and fashion. Let's give a big round of applause for our innovators leading the way toward a sustainable tomorrow.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you had a great coffee break or break at all. My name is Dario Soto. I am the director of the Trafigura Foundation. We are a philanthropy that focuses on climate adaptation and super invested in the future of food, textiles, fashion, and how, the question for today is how the future looks for all of us in terms of food systems and fashion. So I would like to invite our panelists, the stars of the session. So I'll start with Mike. Mike, welcome. Mike Lee is a food futurist and innovation strategist. So welcome, Mike. Clara, welcome to the stage from Fabricure. Laurent is the CEO of Le Botaniste. And Erin from Rentrash. Trying to be practicing my French. So I'm not going to introduce you because these guys are stars, but I'm going to ask you something so that the audience know who you are. So in less than 1 minute, tell me, how do you want to be remembered, or what do you want to be remembered for by the audience? So, futurist.
What do I want to be remembered for the audience? I mean, a couple sound bites would be great, but I want to kind of just implore on people to think about the future more creatively, expansively. And I have a saying that the future is not a spectator sport. So whatever signals that we see out there that may indicate things are bright or dark, we all have the ability to kind of change it. So the future is what we make it.
Super. The future is what we make it of it. And by the way, Mike is an author. He's a futurologist. So he works with companies and talking about the future of food in the next 50 years. So, Clara.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here today. I think if I could be remembered, that's a daunting question. I think just hopefully today we can be encouraging and show you that there are pathways to use what you love to do for good. So finding what you're passionate about and then applying it to climate solutions. So there's lots of ways to be innovative and advance the cause that we all care about a lot.
Excellent. And you're finding regenerative solutions to, for textiles and fashion, no? So that's great. Ron?
Hi, everybody. What do I want to be remembered by? It's more what the botanist is going to be remembered by. And I think that what we're doing is we're providing and showing that delicious food can also be healthy, sustainable, good for you and good for the planet. And if that message gets across, that's really what matters, in my opinion.
Great. And by the way, Laurent is the founder and the CEO of Le Botanist, which is the first organic, plant-based, carbon neutral, so a lot of things at once, restaurant here in New York. And you have been had an interesting life. You have been a trader. You've been all over the place, and also in Le Pain Quotidien. So
correct.
Excellent. Correct. And finally, Erin, what do you want to be remembered for?
I think that, and I'm sure that this all of you already do, but I think that the most important thing that we're facing right now is it's not that we don't care, it's that we don't know how to reflect our values in all of our decisions because we are all feeling so overwhelmed all the time. And I think that living by our values needs to be just this priority that we start to teach children and that we start to instill in ourselves and that we start to, reflect. And so that's really, that's why I started Ron Triage. I didn't want there to be a compromise in creativity to buy things that are sustainable. But I also wanted to give us the opportunity to express our values every single day through what we buy, through what we purchase, and through what we give. Thank you so much, Erin. By the way, Erin, you've also been around in many things. So you started with the big brands, with Chanel, Gap, Donna Karan, and then you had your own, or you co-founded your own entities, Suno, as I recall, with sustainable fashion and vintage tailoring. And then you moved it from Kenya originally. Yeah, it was Kenya. And then to 80 retail places around the world. So impressive. This is a all-star panel we have with us. So I'll start with asking you a question to all of you. How does the future look like from where you stand? Do we have a bleak or a promising future? Are we expecting Terminator, or is more like go back to the future and a nice future coming to us? Mike?
Yes.
Terminator or yes, Marty McFly?
I think one of the patterns, and we've seen this in food, I primarily work in food. I work with a lot of the large CPG companies trying to get them to clean up their act and have better outcomes for people and planet, because for better or for worse, they feed a lot of people in the world. And as the future guy on most panels and things like that, a lot of times people, journalists, whatever, audience members will ask me, what's the next big food we're going to eat, right? As if we all are going to decide, like, okay, let's have kale tomorrow. And I think that increasingly gets harder to do, to find one thing that we all agree on, that goes without saying, especially for something as personal as food. So when you ask the answer of, like, is it positive or negative, I think two things can be true at the same time. We've all kind of clustered into our own social networks, our own kind of me graphs, right? And that's not something that happened in the 50s or 60s. We all had like 1 or 2 news channels. Now we all have our own. I think the same goes for food, right? So a lot of times people ask me like, oh, is it going to be lab meat or animal meat in the future? And I say yes as well too, because we're going to be 10 billion people in 2050, and it stands to reason that we're going to be maybe even more individualistic in the future. And I think that will allow for many different sort of realities in the world to exist at the same time. We will run into the fact eventually that we do all live on the same planet, and the consequences of some groups are going to impact others. But I think we are kind of on this trajectory of the doomers are going to go down the doom hallway, and the positive people are going down the positive hallway. So I can kind of see both happening at the same time, and I don't think it's as clear-cut as one or the other.
Okay, thank you. And before we go with Erin, I want to pause and give you an extra data point, a live data point. So we're going to ask our audience today, like show of hands, do you feel the future is bleak or positive? How do you feel right now as we start this panel? Good future or so-so? So it's a blend, no? We have people who
It's a good blend.
Yes, it is a blend.
There's both.
Yes. So Erin, looking at this question and Mike's comments and what the public is thinking, what are your thoughts and takes on the future?
I'm an optimist. I think it's really core to my nature. I started Ron Triage in a moment where I really lacked optimism, and honestly, life is a lot better when you're coming into a positive light. I actually think optimism is something that you have to actively cultivate, and I think it's worth doing. I also think that you can't be blind about it, and so it demands a lot of action. I don't think human beings are going to go extinct. I personally don't want to live on another planet. I don't really want to live in a wasteland. So to me, it's about just making sure that my kids understand what nature is, why we want to save it, and really attempting to instill that, again, that value into everything we do.
Excellent. Laurent, from your end, how you see the future? And you're in New York, the center of the world, and you have your own restaurant. What do you see from your customers? What do you see from your practices? Do you think we have a positive future from your suppliers as well? Because you're getting suppliers of food and meat and vegetables. So how do you see it?
So I think I'm personally very positive, and I think that as our concept, we're also very positive. And I want to take the time because we're talking about evolution, right? And we've been around for almost 9 years. And I'll never forget the moment that we opened the doors of our first location and we're like, oh my God, are people wanting to go and really eat vegetables? Like, what did we just do? Because literally everything around us was burgers, fries, pizza, and this is what New York is. It's like, so we're like, how are people going to eat vegetables? And we're 9 years further. We have 5 locations. We're growing every day. We're adding locations slowly but surely because we want to do quality over quantity. And what is really exciting is over the years and seeing like this week, Climate Week, and seeing the whole movement around plant-based that is growing. And there's different kinds of plant-based. Like I think Le Botanist is more vegetable-based because we only do vegetables. And today, plant-based is often seen as meat replacements, fake meat, burgers, not so much the vegetable aspect of it, and really trying to find, finding the familiarity in what we're used of meat. So yes, I love to see this trend and people wanting to eat more vegetables, and we definitely see that. It's to me, it's very positive.
Thank you. And
yeah, it's very layered. So like my co-panelist said, there's a lot of different nuance in it, but I think we have to be kind of delusionally optimistic, or delulu, I guess as the young kids say. But we have to have hope. So we're right on the precipice. It could either go, the world could collapse tomorrow. We're seeing the hockey stick of climate effects. We're seeing kind of this initial increase, and then eventually it's just going to skyrocket if we don't do anything. So we're at the precipice. We have to be optimistic. We have to keep working, because if we don't have that hope, then truly what are we working for? We can't give up. So yeah, realistic, but also we have to be optimistic about the change that we can affect in our own work.
Great. And talking about the future, there's a lot of talk about innovation. You know, when people think about the future, they think about innovative things. And I've also heard this week some leaders saying we're probably innovating our way all the way to extinction. So it's too much innovation, good or bad. So the question for you is, how do we balance innovation with traditional knowledges and practices? And some of you work in the fashion industry, you're talking about upscale, vintage clothing. So how do you balance that? You know, vintage and upscaling with innovation. How do you keep it going? And in terms of food, the same. How do you bring the traditional knowledge of chefs and the farmers with new innovative ways of eating and healthy practices? So I'll start with you, Clara.
Sure. So I think, in my personal view, nothing new exists. We just take existing systems and structures that work and then apply it to new systems and structures, and that's what innovation is. So in my work personally, we work with regenerative solutions for textile waste. So using nature-powered processes that have been proven in every other industry and applying it to textile waste. And we see that with every innovation these days. It's just sort of a spin or a remix on something that already exists. And so I think with innovation, there's no risk of over-innovating, because if there is something that's over-innovated, then there's always the potential that it could be recalibrated with potentially another innovation. So I don't see it in a negative sense. I see innovation as a very positive thing and a very hopeful thing, using existing knowledge and basing on what we know to continue to grow and evolve for the greater good.
Thank you. Lauren, what about you?
So from my point of view, and I think it's very similar to what you just said, innovation is great. For me, what we're doing is really going back to basics, and back to basics in terms of food, in terms of how food is grown, because we're only organic. And if you take the back to basics approach, but with the innovations that you have in technology, in food distribution, and in making it accessible to people, that's where the innovation really lies for us. And if we can combine being good to the earth, to the planet, and being really healthy, the innovation part is how do we provide it and how do we make it accessible? Our compostable wares, that's really what I appreciate about the innovation today, and the balance in between both of those.
Erin?
So I'll just give a more personal story, which is when I started Ron Triage, I was doing all this research on fashion sustainability, and I was looking at all these fabrics, and I don't know, everything was kind of not that pretty. It didn't feel that creative, and I really wanted something that I wanted to buy. I wanted something that felt expressive and colorful and dynamic. And, there was all this talk about recycling fabrics or these, but they all just felt kind of sad. And so what led me to upcycling fashion was I was just like, this is the only way I can do this really creatively. This is the most creative output I can come up with in a way that in my kind of simple brain, it makes sense, right? If I'm cutting up vintage clothes or if I'm using old fabrics, because I've seen so many fabrics discarded, I can tell you crazy stories about the amount of fabrics that are discarded by fashion companies. If I'm using those materials, then that's better, right? And so it was really simplistic. And actually leaning on the idea that the innovation was going to solve it, which I still want to do. I want innovation to solve all of our environmental problems. However, when it came to me finding a solution that I could work with and feel good about, it actually came down to something that was extraordinarily basic, and frankly, I wouldn't define as an innovation.
Excellent. And finally, Mike.
Yeah, I think when it comes to innovation, it's not so much the volume, it's the kind, right? researchers figured out atomic energy, which could eventually turn into nuclear fusion and give us clean energy indefinitely. It also created the hydrogen bomb, right? And so I think you have to ask yourself, is it not enough innovation or too little innovation? It's what kind of innovation and what purposes are we using those for? Baked in that is what kind of incentives are driving innovation, right? So I work a lot with CPG food companies, and you also find, and I used to work in tech, so you also find that different pockets of different industries define innovation differently, right? There's like a Silicon Valley style innovation, which has been very popularized in the pop culture. And I remember my first year working in innovation at Chobani, that one year somebody won a packaging design of the year award for an Oreo package that opened from the top instead of from the side. That's innovation of the year, right? And so, where do you start with that, right? So the thing that's funny in food that's unlike, I think, maybe fashion and unlike maybe tech is the iPhone 16 came out last week, right? Since 2007, we've had 16 versions of them, and every year you expect those things to get better. Coke has never changed. Pepsi has never changed. The Big Mac has never changed. So when you think about trying to innovate, the reason why that cookie package exists as innovation of the year is because people would riot in the streets if you changed the Oreo and you upgraded it. So CPG, especially in food, and to a large part food service as well, has this ingrained constraint where somehow we expect all of our technology in the world to get better, smarter, faster every single year, but we want our food to stay exactly the same, right? And so I think that's a really interesting way to look at it, and the way that I've kind of come to terms with how to deal with that is that there's a saying that I think Henry Ford said this, let's pretend he did say it, but there's a reason why cars are rated in horsepower, right? Laurent addressed, he alluded to the fake meat companies, right? And it sounds like I share a similar approach as you do. I don't think they're the greatest foods. However, I did observe, they did pick one shrewd move is to go after the most symbolic symbol of hedonism possible, which was the burger, right? You spent $100 million and you make a plant meat that bleeds. You can make anything you want. Why did they choose the burger? Because cars are rated in horsepower. And if you gave somebody a thing, a little meat wad that's made out of plants, people just freak out, right? And so I think innovation with respect to food and with consumers is super complicated because as much as we like to think we're logical beings when it comes to food, health, and nutrition, we're really emotional beings. And so much of that emotional mess is in the way we decide how to make food choices, and I kind of embrace that mess and try to understand it and try to ride that wave and figure out how do we get people to make one better decision each day without upending their whole behavioral life with food.
Thank you. So here comes the first interactive pause, which is we're going to let one member of the audience to ask a question to our panel. So anyone would like to have a pressing question over there? Come. Oh, there's a microphone here. Or I can go all the way there and you can ask the question. I can go there. So what's your name and quick question?
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Cindy. I'm a college student at the University of Pittsburgh. My experience is not at all in sustainable fashion. I'm a youth climate activist from Pennsylvania. Pipeline in my hometown burst, flew into my state park. It's still not swimmable to this day. I do a lot of just on the ground organizing, and so this is a new space for me, but I really appreciate all the effort and the optimism. My question was in terms of this sort of idea about innovation. I'm a really big advocate for not reinventing the wheel, and I think we have a lot to say when it comes to driving climate solutions, looking to original land stewardship, indigenous peoples, people of color, communities that have been really truly shaping the environmental movement since the beginning of time. I don't necessarily believe that innovation is the solution to all climate problems. I really think it's about drawing on the current systems that benefit the world right now and trying to strengthen them, and it's more about coalition building and integrating systems together. I was wondering, how do you think fashion and like the textile industry as a whole can integrate into the wider climate movement, and particularly for me, like the youth climate movement. I think we've been kind of put as the face of the movement, even though this should be like a collaborative intergenerational movement. How do you see this industry fit into the whole grand scheme of things?
Great question. So usually the greatest questions come from the youngest generation, so come for it. So Lauren, let's start with you, putting you on the spot.
Right away, right? Boom. Wasn't that a fashion-related question? Like, why do we pick on the food guy here?
It doesn't matter.
Seriously, you're picking on the food guy? No, but I think I can relate to that. Why? I think I said it earlier. It's going back to basics, and this is one of the things that when we started Le Botanist, Alain told me. And I think it's so true, and it goes back to innovation later. But like, if you look back in the days, we didn't have meat, cheese, eggs. We didn't have that all day long. They had to go hunt. They had to like eat that, and then they were living off of plants. They were living off of vegetables. They were living off of those. And with the industrialization and with innovation, we got access to all of those things. And it became from once a day to 3 times a day, and that without realizing, you always have those ingredients ultimately on your dish. And honestly, I don't think the human is made for that. I think that there's a lot of diseases that are being created by this just because of innovation and always wanting to like make sure that we have more and more and more and more and more. And we've heard it in the textile industry. We hear it everywhere. It's overproduction of everything, and the food is also related to this. So I think this is really all related to this. So we need to like focus on what is important, going back to basics, and innovation will then follow in a different way.
Erin, any reaction from your end?
Well, something that always really strikes me is that people don't acknowledge how polluting fashion is. It's one of the most polluting industries there is. It exceeds travel. I mean, it's unbelievable, and yet people, the most liberal fighters in the world are still getting clothes from Zara. It baffles my mind, actually, the way that we don't connect those dots. So, I think it's pivotal that the younger generation, that this younger climate-activated generation is speaking about this. I know that what I'm making is a little inaccessible from a price point perspective, and that's because to make really clean, fresh clothes, like, it has to be honest. But there's vintage everywhere. I mean, this just needs to be part of it. These conversations, they need to be part of it. And it is about going back to simple solutions. Simultaneously, it will be about innovation. Because as much as, I can sit here and go on and on, I can't get people not to buy cheap fashion that is made at a cost, right? And so we are going to have to figure out how to properly recycle fabrics, how to properly compost fabrics, how to, it's 1% of clothing is currently recycled. There are wastelands of clothes that still have tags on them in numerous parts of the world, right? It's outrageous. But because we aren't seeing it, we're not thinking about it. So it won't just be about buying things that are clean, because there will be people who will never do that. So it's also going to be about innovation, figuring out how to deal with some of those issues.
Thank you. Mike?
Yeah, I mean, so it's new generations, I think, are interesting. I think innovation to me happens when technology and behavior collide, right? I think if technology is there, but the behavior and the culture isn't ready for it, it can't really get off the ground, vice versa, right? And I think what's exciting about new generations is that, especially in food, like food is such an emotionally, personally loaded thing, and back to the example of the plant meat and stuff like that. You've got a lot of older generation being like, I'd never eat that, right? But for their reason is because meat is meat, and that's what it is, right? And so that's fine. They're entitled to an opinion, and they'll just carry on. But I think when you get a new generation with the new cultural norms, new expectations, that invites the opportunity for new innovations, right? Whether it be, you know, Lebanese-like solutions or other plant-based solutions or whatever you have. So I think just voicing your concerns and your needs as active consumers is probably the one thing that you need to focus on, right? Because that cultural shift won't come if you don't keep talking about what you want and what you demand. And you know, the number of times I've heard big food companies and big retailers say, we just give the customers what they want, you know, as if, you know, I had nothing to do with this. We just gave the people what they want. Well, okay, fine. That's kind of a really bad cop-out, but like the way you can hijack that is to just demand other stuff, right? And so just keeping your voice up and telling them what you want in a very specific way, they will always follow your voice. And because you're the money, as let's be frank, right? You're the money, they'll follow you, and you're the customer, so tell them what you want.
Thank you. Clara.
Yeah, and thank you so much, Cindy, for your question and for your work. It's really inspiring, and I would love to know more and chat with you after. But thinking about the fashion industry, you asked about sustainable fashion, and Aaron mentioned the fashion industry is so overlooked as a polluter. It's responsible for 8 to 10% of global carbon emissions. 92 million tons of textile waste are generated every year. 85% ends up in the global south. And this is a number from 2018, so before we've seen Shein, Temu, and really those huge conglomerates come in and produce. So the term innovation, I guess, what is innovation? In my mind, it's solving a problem in a new way to tackle, well, in this case, climate change. In the sustainable fashion industry, we see a lot of big conglomerates and big brands pouring a ton of money into solutions that I think are frankly over-engineered and too expensive. So we've seen millions of dollars into fiber-to-fiber recycling. So that means taking essentially a polyester dress, breaking it down to a polyester fiber, and then creating a new dress. Statistics show in 6 months that dress is going to end up in a landfill. So even if it had 2 lives, it's still going to end up in a landfill. So that's where we were sort of catalyzed and inspired to start our work, was seeing like how can we take this waste that no matter what wonderful efforts are happening on the front end is still ending up in the global south in essentially 5 countries and overburdening these areas with textile waste and pollution. So we thought, how can we take that burden of waste and actually use it for good and restore it back into the environment? And so that's what's been exciting about that aspect of innovation, like regenerative innovation, is that it's people like myself with just a random background. We work with wonderful people, entrepreneurs on the ground who are affected by this textile waste directly. And so that intersectional aspect of innovation and problem solving is really what encourages me. We see innovation on the corporate scale with, again, millions of dollars, and these companies are failing. We saw the closure of RenewCell earlier this year, which was a hard blow because that was sort of pioneered as, or heralded as the pioneer of textile-to-textile recycling, or sorry, fiber-to-fiber recycling, and it failed. And so we really need new innovative solutions from intersectional communities, regenerative solutions that are, let's be honest, derived from practices from indigenous peoples that go back thousands and thousands of years. So I guess in terms of innovation, how can we turn innovation from this concept of like millions of dollars of corporate funding into really grassroots intersectional solutions?
Thank you so much. And I want to take note of the person who asked the questions. Can you remind me your name? Sorry. Cindy also mentioned something powerful. She's a young person, to me. She's a young person, and she's in Pennsylvania. And she's also, from her question, I think she's also very in tune with Pennsylvania's own and the community's own challenges. So that's a segue to my question, which is innovations and trends in fashion and food go to global, to local, local into global, etc. So starting with Lauren, you have your restaurant here in New York. How do you think that the local, I mean, New York is a global city, but starting with New York, how can New York and how can a local restaurant set a global trend? I mean, how you see it? How you see the evolution from local trendsetter to global influencer? Is that possible in food and then in fashion? And how does that work? And then I'll ask Mike and Erin the opposite, from global to local. How do global trends create actually behavioral change at the local level? So let's start with local to global.
So we're very fortunate because we're both in New York and then we're in Belgium. And Belgium is a small country, and then in Belgium we have a location which is in Ghent. It's a village. And it's a city, but it's a village, let's be honest. And what we've seen is that the whole plant-based movement, because of the impact that it has in New York or in the US, and because it's becoming more accessible and more bigger, well, there's that automatic translation that is happening in Ghent, where it's like, oh, wow, it's working in New York. It must work elsewhere. But I think it's part of a bigger movement. It's part of also the bigger realization that we need to change, and we need to realize that what we're doing right now is incorrect. So in terms of food, our growth is really because more and more people want to try to eat vegetables, and they're more not aware, they're less afraid of saying, oh, I'm not going to have meat. Maybe I should just try it. And that's how we see it. Like, give it a try, and then, I could actually eat this. And you used to be, when you were in the city, a good customer. So you still are, but you're just a bit further away. Like you
still are.
So, and I think that's what matters in what we're doing, is we're able to convert people by trial, and then they come back, and this has now been proven over the 5 years that we're working. But I want to take the opportunity of going back to the innovation and the world that we live in. Like, I hear a lot of companies saying, I want to be carbon neutral, and I want to be this, and I am going to become that by 2027 or by 2030, and we're working hard on this. And then guess what happens? It's all blah, 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 because ultimately the consumer wants to have what they want, and the corporations need to continue to grow. And whether it's in fashion, or it's like you brought up Zara, I could bring up other food concepts, but then suddenly those big promises turn out where you see A-frames on the street. We now have steaks in our salads, and isn't that going away from the whole point of becoming green? I'm like, come on, guys. Where's your promise of becoming healthier and becoming better for the planet? So I think it's also our role to maybe stop wanting those things and acting and just not buying it when they're offering it. So yeah, that's it.
Excellent. Erin?
I mean, it's kind of, I'm kind of over global. You know, I just feel like everything got so big, and it's just really overwhelming. And I actually think it's really hard for individuals to think globally. I can't, I haven't been everywhere. And it's led me to just be interested in local. And how do I create a business that ideally I can localize, and then it starts to spread on a local level? And where do I find those places, those pockets, that I can create local communities? And what's interesting about the world that we live in is that is inherently global, right? We are so interconnected now. I mean, you go to Paris, and it's like, you go into a restaurant. I remember being in Paris, side note, and having my Let's Go book, and looking for a restaurant for like 2.5 hours down random streets, and finally finding it, and being the only American in there, and everyone just smoking like crazy, and it being like the best experience of my entire life. That experience no longer exists. You know, everyone looks like they came from Brooklyn. They all have beards, and they're really into cocktails. And it's just like a totally different situation. And that's the thing. Like, we've become so global just naturally that it's almost inevitable. And so the only way to exist now is local, with the knowledge that by building something locally, it will become global, because it's just where we are.
Great. Clara, any reaction from your end?
Sure, yeah. Excuse me. And on the other side of that, so making as many efforts as we can locally and knowing that it affects the climate globally. So I guess talking about sustainable fashion, and I know I said it's good to be optimistic, so I feel like I'm kind of turning it into a negative conversation.
It's good to change throughout the
realistic,
and then I'll give you hope. So when I first started my journey in sustainable fashion, I thought, okay, no more clothes in the trash. Everything is going to be donated to a Goodwill equivalent. And then I learned that whatever these sorts of charity shops can't sell, they actually ship off to the Global South to be sold as secondhand clothing so they can capture more value from that clothing. So then when I learned that, I thought, okay, that's all right. I will pivot. I will bring my clothes back to the retailer in sort of this take back, buy back program. And then looking into it, I learned that these programs actually ship to the Global South. Most of it ends up directly in landfill, isn't resold. And it's also a way for these brands to capture more data. So if I go into a store, let's say I buy my t-shirt at Goodwill, and then I go back to the original retailer to trade it in. Now they know that I'm a customer. They'll send me more promotional deals. I'm in their system. So these sorts of systems are just good to be aware of. And the sustainable fashion system is so complex, and there's so much information that it's hard to know exactly what all happens. But I guess thinking locally, doing what we can while being aware that it affects the global space. So even when we donate clothes to a charity shop, it's still potentially likely going to end up in a river in Accra, Ghana, where a child will pull it out and make 5 cents off of it by selling it to a recycler. So I think it's good to be optimistic about the potential for that, because knowing that these systems exist, it also means that there's potential to change these systems and disrupt these systems using more circular and inclusive solutions. But also just thinking on the global scale, everything that we do has an effect on the global scale. So just internalizing that and making our choices locally.
Excellent. Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I think from the food standpoint, the idea of like globalized food, specifically through the lens of like globalized packaged food, is a big reason why we got into this food mess in the first place, right? Long ago, we lost the plot in terms of this idea that you can have any fruit or vegetable any time of the year, anywhere, right? And that has benefits for sure, but it's kind of put us out of touch with seasons, put us out of touch with stuff that actually grows near you. And some people, can kind of look at that cynically and say, like, well, I live somewhere and the strawberries just don't grow here, right? So what am I going to do? Just cut out strawberries. And I think that's valid, but also like flip it around and try to lean into it and say, like, okay, what does grow here? There's probably more stuff that grows in your area that you just don't know about. Like, I recently, like 6-7 years ago, and found out that New Jersey has a thing called the toothache plant that has like a numbing, buzzing feeling, very similar to a Sichuan peppercorn, right? So I'm like, oh my gosh, why am I buying these Sichuan peppercorns from Sichuan province? I can literally just go to New Jersey. But I think, like, that expectation we can get everything all at once, anytime, has really gotten us into a really big quagmire. Like, you wouldn't, wear a bikini in the dead of winter. Why would you expect to have tomatoes in the dead of winter? Fresh ones, right? But we do, right? And you don't have them. That's seen as like as a fault. And so I think getting back to local food systems and kind of leaning in and re-examining what you have and looking at that from a point of abundance, not scarcity, forces you to create a little bit more, right? Noma became so popular in Copenhagen and lit up Copenhagen as a culinary center for the world, not because they were doing French food really well or Italian food really well. They leaned in and said, okay, Copenhagen, what do we grow here? Let's only source from the stuff we grow here. And it takes a little bit more effort, and they work tirelessly to kind of innovate that, but you get a culinary solution that's of that place, right? And if you picked it up and you moved it across the world, you wouldn't be doing Copenhagen produce. You'd be doing produce in wherever you're having it, right? And so I think that idea of like chefs being more attuned to nature around them, more creative, and leaning into what's local, I think that's not just good for conservation and sustainability, but it's just great for hedonism and great experiences. And again, that's how most people make so many food decisions.
Thank you so much. And we're going to questions from the audience in a few minutes. Before I close our dialogue, we have many young people, idealistic, hopefully, hoping for a better world. So I want to end with a personal, intimate question. So can you search in your souls and share with the audience, in each of your life, what has been your biggest failure to make you be what you are right now, and take this path of innovators, futurologists, fashion designers, food transformationers. So look for it in your souls and open your heart and share your biggest failure who made you who you are. Mike.
I don't know if it's the biggest failure, but I have a weird educational background because I went to business school, then I went to art school. It's usually the other way around. And I graduated in 2002. So back then, I think a lot of people had no idea what the hell to do with me, right? I was like either the most creative investment banker or the ad guy that was really good at math, right? And they just didn't, they're like, pick a lane, right? I think that's changed now, but I think it really led me to this realization that like, look, if you have a vision for what you want, everything in this world was made by people no smarter than you or I. So if you don't see it, if there's no tunnel for it, if there's no path for it, make your own and just make what you want to see in the world and you'll be fine.
Excellent. Clara?
So like Mike, I also have a very diverse background, which at the time felt like a complete barrier and obstacle to the life that I envisioned for myself. So I grew up in a very, very small town, and then just by pure luck, I ended up in Paris going to fashion school, and I was Emily in Paris. I just loved it. It was so glamorous. It was so fun. And then I got very disillusioned by the fashion industry very quickly, and I imagine you can speak to that too, Erin, just seeing the toxic nature of it. So during COVID, I transitioned to doing digital design, and I got hired by a company working with regenerative farmers to generate carbon credits. And at the time, I had loved sustainable fashion, but farming was completely different than my experience in fashion. I went from fashion shows to being on the field. And at that time, I couldn't see the future for myself. I felt like I had given up on my dreams of contributing to an industry that I loved so, so much. And I thought, how could this ever work out for me? But as we all know, diverse experiences and diverse perspectives end up being much more fruitful and valuable. And so through this connection randomly of farming and fashion, we were able to create Fabric Here and use knowledge from both systems to generate hopefully a positive solution for the future. So don't give up. If you have kind of a weird path like Mike and I, it'll all work out.
So failures. One day somebody told me it's not what happens that matters, it's how you frame it. Trust me, I've had a bunch of failures. You mentioned it earlier, like I started trading steel when I was younger. Then I was done with that because it didn't bring me to where I wanted. And then I suddenly had this great idea of creating a commode chair, because the commode chairs, I don't know if anybody know what a commode chair is. Well, it's one of those potty chairs that you have next to your bedroom because you cannot really walk. And it's very, very ugly. And I decided to create a beautiful one. I did trade shows on that. I still have pictures of it. It's like brilliant. But it wasn't that brilliant. And then, okay, what's next? And then you had this opportunity. And this is why I'm saying, like, this all brought me to where we are today and to that opportunity. And the more failures you have, you fall, you come back up. And then suddenly there's an opportunity that arises, and you take it and you fly with it. And you learn from those failures. And you can then grow something that might have an importance one day.
Thank you. Finally, Erin.
I think this is really important, actually. So my personal story is, I had a really kind of like amazing career. And I stumbled into finding this brand called Suno, and it really took off. It was kind of crazy. And about 7 years into it, my partner, who was funding it, whose father was funding it, decided that he wanted to shut it down. And so I was 6 months pregnant when he told me this, and running around frantically trying to find investors, found investors, and the terms were so outrageous that they backed out. So next thing I know, I am jobless, waddling into interviews, and what I then had to face was failure, which is something I had never faced before. And what I didn't realize is that I was so ambitious because, things that had happened in my life led me to be that way as a protective mechanism, basically. So I was like extraordinarily sad, right? And it was from there that I was actually able to see I'm walking in, I'm literally interviewing for creative director positions at like Topshop, right? And I'm walking into these interviews, and I'm like, I can't do this. I can't do this. I mean, I will hate myself forever if I do this, you know? And I was the person who had always been, you know, making a lot of money, supporting, you know, like I can't even describe to you how long it took me to heal, right? And I want to warn you against this manifestation and all of these things that they use to make us think that there are fast solutions out there. There are not. We work on ourselves and we will pull ourselves back up. But you've got to keep going, and you are all going to have shitty, shitty times in your life, right? And that's okay. Because it is truly, like, Ron Triage would not exist without that experience. So I think it's a wonderful question. And I share that story because I think it's very human, and I just find that everyone else has been there too.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for sharing these personal insights. We have around 8 more minutes, so I'm sorry for the audience. And we're going to open to questions, and we're going to do a contest. Who's able to ask the shortest question, the most pointy and provoking one, and that person will win something from Danush and Vita. So a trip to the future with Mike, probably, in the DeLorean. So let's start here with, please come. I'll go to where you are, so you don't have to come. So let's start with you.
Hi, I'm Damini, and I'm pursuing fashion management from Barnard College. And my question is, what do you think about the circular design of fashion and how we can improve it in the future? Yeah.
Perfect. I'll get 2 more, and then we can go. Circular design of fashion, and how can we improve it?
Somewhat related to that, but kind of what Mike said about seasonality with food. How could we incorporate seasonality into fashion to get away instead of fast fashion to the opposite?
Okay. Circularity and seasonality. Question there?
Hello, thank you. Diana. And we talked about fashion and we talked about food, but we didn't talk about the industry behind it. I think we need to talk more about the industry that is driving the problems, because it's not fashion and it's not food. It's the way it is produced and the industry behind it. So what kind of innovations for the industry, like for the economic model, could you think about that will make a more sustainable future and that will really have a short-term impact, because we cannot wait until 2030.
Well, let's go with those 3 first questions, and then we go on. So each of you pick one, and then there's someone who could summarize. So who wants to start?
I'll pick off the last question. You know, in the previous panel, they mentioned about the fact about externalities, and I think the elephant in the room for a lot of corporate America is that a lot of corporate America is really good at talking a really big game about sustainability. At the end of the day, though, if you're a publicly traded company especially, there's one metric that matters, and that's your profit margin, right? And so it's almost gotten to this tenuous phase where companies almost have to be swimming in excess cash in order for them to invest in sustainability, and that's not going to cut it, right? Because you're not going to be swimming in that much cash all the time, every single year. And so I think that I've seen so many sustainability teams or projects get, like, after a bad quarter, they get defunded, right? Because they're kind of nice to haves. And so that's kind of a built-in inequity around sustainability initiatives, because even if you're doing really great capturing carbon and doing all that stuff, Wall Street doesn't really know what to do with that yet. And, for better or for worse, that drives a lot of CEOs and boards and how they behave, is share price appreciation. So how can we kind of look at, natural asset, classes and stuff like that to try to get sustainability metrics at least on par with profit, so that it has the same teeth, right? Like has anyone in corporate America ever gotten fired because they didn't meet their carbon capture goal? They should, right? But they don't. But people get fired every day for missing a sales goal. So we need to kind of level that playing field and find better ways to measure and manage the things that are intangible on par with things that are very clearly measured, like money.
Excellent. Okay, seasonality, circularity. Who wants to take one of those?
seasonality with fashion, I actually think it's about like ignoring seasonality, right? It's about buying less and wearing your clothes longer and making sure that you are fixing things and making sure that things are of quality. I think that you're right. Like ultimately, it's the industry that's going to have to change. I've found individually that like I tried to go against the model from the very beginning. And actually what's best is to wait for it to collapse, which is really what's happening right now. I think we are on the verge of epic change. I can't express what it's going to look like, and I don't know exactly how it's going to happen, but I think that we have to be ready and willing to like find solutions in the moment as we go.
And speaking to the seasonality point as well, it's interesting that I guess fashion has two aspects. There's fashion, and then there's like the apparel industry. And at its core, fashion and apparel is a protective element for our bodies. And so thinking about the seasonality, I guess it speaks more to the local conversation that you were talking about, Erin, is in the regions where we're local, the weather changes. And so seasonality, like perhaps that looks like buying local for the elements that are pertinent to that geography. And so the clothing would have to be applicable to that geography if we're looking at clothing from a practical perspective, which I think we sort of are starting to, and we sort of have to. I think fashion industry is very exclusive. And so we have to think of a more inclusive way of fashion to see it as it's a practical solution for the world to protect us from the elements. So I think speaking to seasonality and locality of that aspect. And then in terms of circularity, what's been really exciting actually about these last few years is seeing the way that brands and companies have been creative in their circular practices. So the previous model of business was produce more, sell more, grow more. And we're starting to see this decoupling of production and growth. So that means finding other ways to capture value from the garments that these brands are producing. So repair programs or resale programs. I saw that Zara has now a resale platform on their website where they do peer-to-peer resale. But Zara captures value from that. They earn money from that. But it's keeping their clothes living longer, giving more longevity to their garments. So I think in terms of circularity, it's been really fun to see the creative ways that businesses are still able to drive financial growth without sacrificing the planet and producing more and more clothes. So I'm excited to hear what you're working on, and look forward to more circular solutions.
Okay, we're gonna do 3 more questions. So I have 1 here, 2, 3. Okay. Danush, I don't know you're gonna pick that in that sector. So let's start with the lady over there and then here. She went over.
Thank you so much for this conversation. Hello, friends. So we talked a lot about how we can be spending our dollars today. And something I think a lot about as a young person is my retirement savings and how I can be saving for tomorrow. Of course, there's a question of, will the planet exist, this and that? But I actually wonder if you can talk about your retirement strategies and how you think about saving for the future so we can continue to have our consumer buying power.
Saving for the future retirement. One over there.
On a completely different note, I am really curious what your approaches are as far as accessibility, because I think there's so much privilege when it comes to currently consuming ethically. What are your approaches to ensuring that people of color and people who are from different socioeconomic backgrounds have accessibility to products that are more sustainable, that have circularity, that are more vegetable-based, that are more approachable?
So the other question is about access to from different groups, and the last one, you promised this would be like great questions. So
I promise it would be a great question. Okay, it's somewhat of a commentary and then a question behind it. So I have many years in the fashion industry, in design and production, and I had my own entrepreneurial line, but I had also an entrepreneurial food business. So people are generally lazy and behave like sheep. Think the hours you spend scrolling on Instagram. Trends, in both food and fashion, drive scale and serve capitalism for profit and overconsumption and drive loss of diversity. Is trend the enemy? Should the trend be scaling circular solutions and promoting individualism so we're not all chasing the same things?
Thank you. So let's start with Lauren, who was
Great, I think I can answer all three questions, which I wasn't expecting at the beginning. Investing in my future and retirement, I'll just take it personally. Right now, it's all investing in what I'm doing. Then my wife is helping on her side, so we can make sure that we still have something left over if ever it doesn't work. But right now, it's like I'm such a true believer that what we're doing is having an impact and is going to have a bigger impact. And the more that we spread the word and we make it accessible, which I'm going to jump into a second, it can only but work. We all know that it needs to be better. If we can continue to provide that consistency that we've been able to provide, that we can grow but organically and healthy, and stay true to our values, because yes, growing and having a board and having investors is often changing the missions of companies. Again, I'm in a very fortunate position that my partner, who also founded Le Pain Quotidien, already went that route. So he knows what not to do, and we know what not to do. And although it's still a brilliant company, they've hit some misses. So that's on the saving part. In terms of the accessibility part, when you look at our price point, a bowl is $15.50. You go anywhere else, it's about the same price point. But the difference is that we're organic, so we're giving back to the earth. We're making sure that we're not polluting. Everything that we use is compostable. We have almost no waste. So by opening more locations, by having more and more people enjoying the food that we serve, we actually have an impact everywhere we open. Every lobotomist that opens has a positive impact and increases that accessibility to good, healthy, sustainable food. And then in terms of trends, well, we're using the trends, because today the trend is to eat more plant-based, to eat more vegetables. But I'm going to go back to basics. Vegetables will never go out of style, and they were always there. So is it really a trend, or is it more awareness of maybe I should eat differently and do something differently? So yes, we can say that we're fortunate that the trend is in that way today, but vegetables, in my opinion, will never go out of style.
Erin?
So I actually think I can give a circular answer to all three to us. Thank you, Laurent. You're inspiring. I can't think about retirement as an entrepreneur. It gives me way too much anxiety. I have to be extremely in the present because everything I'm doing goes into that business. The reason I started that business, which is inaccessible, is so that I could start a trend, right? And because I understood that my talent is design. My talent is creation. And I know that I can do something that feels so new that eventually it will take hold. You know, I didn't realize that it was going to be this new and take this long to take hold, but you know, like that's the feedback I've gotten. But that was the goal. Is if I can start this, others will follow. I do, you know, our homeware is much more accessible. Like we do that intentionally because I need to make sure that a younger generation is coming in. Ultimately, I would want there to be a foundation where we're teaching people how to upcycle their own clothes, but also that is something that people can do if they're willing to take the effort, right? To make the effort. So it was nuanced because you can feel guilty every step of the way as you try to create something new, right? You can just punish yourself because you know, like I know our clothes are expensive and I cannot make excuses for that. They're essentially kind of couture, you know? But if we can start something, if we can start a movement, it's a much bigger and much more powerful opportunity.
Clara?
Yeah, and Erin, you've really influenced. Please check out her work. It's amazing. When we think of sustainable fashion, I think of like a beige blob, but Erin is doing really beautiful pieces. And speaking to that, the fashion industry is very exclusive, and the sustainable fashion industry even more because there's less resources, and so there's not as much money to create more inclusive size ranges, more inclusive features for people with disabilities. And so I hear you, and I don't know if I have a solution for it, but I agree that it's an incredibly important issue. But I'm encouraged by people like Erin who are really championing every aspect of inclusivity and accessibility in their work. And I'm sorry, what was the second question? Accessibility, yes, thank you. And then I wanted to speak to Sharon's point as well about trends. I think sustainable fashion just has a huge marketing problem. So looking at beauty has been really interesting because when I was in college, we were all just painting our faces with the most disgusting stuff you can imagine. And then we've seen this shift towards clean beauty because it became very important to know what we were putting on our skin. And so clean is also congruous with sustainable, essentially, more natural ingredients. But for some reason, clean beauty has skyrocketed and sustainable fashion has not. We still see sustainable fashion as sort of this like groovy, well, at least in the public sphere. Yeah, this kind of alternative way of fashion, and I think that there is a huge marketing problem behind it. And Brittany Sierra from the Sustainable Fashion Forum actually talks about this in her podcast, so I encourage you to listen to it. But just how can we rebrand sustainable fashion to be something that's actually desirable? How can we capture virality from sustainable fashion? How can we utilize the techniques that are being utilized by the biggest fashion companies in sustainable fashion to grow a more inclusive and circular industry versus just pushing buy more, more, more?
Thank you so much, Clara. Mike, your closing remarks?
I'll touch on one thing. I think one day, I give a lot of tough love to the sustainability movement because especially in food, I think what the future needs to be more leading towards is this idea of sustainable hedonism, right? There's a large portion of the population where you say this is sustainable and they immediately think sacrifice, right? And also like coming to that duality of logic and emotion, it takes a lot of logic to run the food industry, but we all make these decisions emotionally. Raise your hand if you've ever had your favorite food ever, and then after you've eaten that food, you've leaned back in your chair and said, oh my God, that was so sustainable.
Never.
So study after study with clients and stuff like that, you ask people, do you care about climate change? Do you care about the planet? No one says to your face, I hate the planet, let's let it all burn, right? Pretty much everyone says, yeah, I support the planet. But then when you look at people's food buying choices, it doesn't always sync up with those ideals. Doesn't mean they're bad people. It's just life comes at you fast. And I just sometimes wonder if you're a single parent with 2 kids, you got off a double shift, you're dropping by the supermarket to get dinner on the table that night. Are you really trying to solve climate change that night? You know, doesn't mean you don't care about it, but food is tapped into our primal kind of, being hangry is not a good way to solve climate change, right? And sometimes people make the convenient decision over the best decision because their biology just kind of dictates it, right? So rather than kind of throw your hands up and say, oh, humanity's flawed and things like that, how do we kind of twist the conversation around sustainable food? Because people don't eat statistics, they eat food, right? And there's many illogical, unsustainable foods that exist in droves. Ice cream has no logical reason to exist, but it's awesome, right? So I think we need to lean into this idea of trying to say, like, okay, how do we today we sell food like this. We say, hey, this thing's delicious, and it happens to be sustainable. We need to move to a future of food where we can say with a straight face that this thing is delicious because it's sustainable.
Great, and on that note, we close the panel today. Thank you so much to our awesome panelists. And thank you so much to all of you. You've been a great audience. I was checking throughout the conference, and we were always competing now with the cell phones. And it probably was like a 60% ratio of people didn't look the cell phones, 40% of people who did. So I think we did a decent job in keeping the audience entertained. So great. Thank you so much.
Sustainability Presidential Debate. Today, we bring you a dynamic face-off between 2 sectors that shape our world, food and fashion. Both industries are at the forefront of the global sustainability movement, each with its unique challenges, groundbreaking innovations, and bold visions for the future.
Hello? Can you hear me? Is this on? Yeah? Good afternoon. Has any one of you been in a presidential debate before? Have you watched it? or participated in one of them? Anyone? You have? You actually been to one of them? I haven't either, so I'm going to be winging this, and you have to be a supportive audience. So I don't really know what the audience does in presidential debates. Maybe they shout for their chosen candidate, maybe show your hands, but feel free to engage. It's after lunch, and we want the energy flowing, And so this is a presidential debate, but you might wonder, what are we, going for? Which country are we becoming the president of, That's not the idea. We can maybe say this is a presidency of food and fashion, but that's not the idea. The idea here is we want to understand what leadership looks like and can look like in two sectors of food and fashion. And we can actually set an example maybe for other presidential debates. This is not about fighting with each other or shouting or anything. It's just about showing examples so we can learn from each other. And for that, we have two contenders, so I will introduce them one by one. First contender is Ana Maria Lobo Guerrero. She's from the side. So Ana Maria works for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation as the Director for Adaptive and Equitable Food Systems. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is actually the biggest philanthropic investor in food and agriculture. So but before that, she worked in the CGIAR, International System for Agriculture Innovation. So she brings a rich experience in the Colombian government, in World Bank, of how food systems operate. So she will represent the food sector. And then from fashion, I have Christine Goulet. So Christine is an entrepreneur. So she's recently established Sustainable Advisory Services. But before that, she spent over 20 years of her professional experience has been in fashion, particularly looking at innovation in the fashion sector. She's worked for Pangaya, for Kering, and she's also been associated with universities, education, entrepreneurship, lots of different hats. She's the fashion face. So we are going to do this session in a very structured manner. Each person gets the exact time. My job is to keep time, basically. So there will be 3 minutes each, where each candidate will give their opening statement. Then there will be 2 minutes each for the challenges, 2 minutes for the innovations, crossfire. So it's going to be structured, and you will decide and ask questions as well. Okay?
I think we're supposed to shake hands, right?
Yes. Like I said, I have never presided over a presidential debate, so you can say it. So please correct me. So maybe, Ana Maria, I hand over to you first for the first opening statement.
Okay.
And the timer goes now.
Let's go for it. Okay, good. So I'm going to start talking about sustainability in food systems. But before I go into that vision for sustainability, I want to say two very important things, perhaps two caveats in relation to this. The first one is that when you think about sustainability, it's not only food. You need to think beyond food. And I know that the title of the whole day is Food and Fashion. But it's really, when you think about sustainability, it's about understanding all the linkages, connections between actors, drivers, outputs, outcomes that are the ones that conform a food system. So it's not just food, it's food systems, everything that it's about that. And it's not just one food system. That's the other one that I want to highlight. There are several food systems. And you know why? Because they depend very much on the local circumstances where they operate. They relate to economic, cultural, political variables. And therefore, there's no one pathway for sustainability. There are many different pathways for sustainability. But let me go into what are the characteristics of sustainable food systems. These are food systems where all people, and I want to emphasize all, everybody, including future generations, are well nourished and food secure. That's a characteristic of sustainable food systems. They need to be able to manage current and future stresses, both climatic and non-climatic. They also need to have the ability to empower producers so that they have the right skills to respond to climate hazards. That's very, very important. They need to contribute to reducing greenhouse gas emissions at the same time that they help to maintain our ecosystems and their services. And this part, in relation to greenhouse gas emissions, it's fundamental. And the reason is because food systems and their activities represent around 30% of total greenhouse gas emissions. And therefore, they need to play a fundamental role in terms of making sure that they are not increasing these greenhouse gas emissions, and on the contrary, they are capturing carbon through the soils. Also very important, sustainable food systems need to be guided by principles of leaving no one behind. And again, everybody, we need to make sure that all people in the world are well-nourished and food secure. And lastly, when you think about sustainability in food systems, you need to be able to go beyond production of food. You need to understand how to connect supply and demand, production and consumption, and along that continuum, understanding what are the key levers to promote this sustainability in food systems.
Oh. Right on time.
I mean, thanks on keeping to time, but I also take that leadership in food systems is very complex. So Christine, how about fashion?
Yeah, thank you. That was great. So can I just ask, who has fashion experience in the audience? Okay, and who has the food experience then? Okay, a little more on the food side. Who knows what materials their clothes are made out of today? Oh, almost everybody. Who's wearing plastic today? Almost everybody, yeah. So we've seen a lot of changes in fashion over the last, well, I've been in it for 20 years, but I'm sure, as you all have seen, things have accelerated quite a bit, and a lot of people would think it's an oxymoron to even say sustainable fashion, because unlike food, where it's a necessity for life, yes, clothes are a necessity, textiles are a necessity, but is fashion a necessity? And I know that some people would say yes, because it's a creativity, it's an expression of ourselves. But some people would say no. And what we don't want to do is be trend-based. There's a big problem of overconsumption, which is also leading to overproduction because brands don't want to miss sales. So I think that's actually one of the main differences in what we're talking about here when we're talking about fashion and food, is this difference between is it necessary, and if it is necessary, how much of it is necessary. And then, when we do talk about sustainability in fashion, it's relatively new to think about the health and safety of fashion. It's really been under the radar. Another difference, I think, from food, where it's been completely regulated because there are such strong health and safety issues, which also means that the visibility on the supply chain and traceability is much, much stronger than what we have in fashion. In today's world in fashion, most brands only know who's doing the cut and sew of their clothing. They're buying, it's called buy production. They're just buying a shirt and they're buying the pants. They have no idea what's going on above that. And if you think about how long, which is another difference, this supply chain is within fashion, the steps of transformation, sometimes at least 4, if not 5, 6 different steps of transformation, much longer and more opaque, I think, than in the food sector. So when we're talking about sustainability in fashion, we really need to go all the way back, understand that value chain, that supply chain. So, downstream, the overproduction leading to, and also the overconsumption, the marketing that we're doing, do we really need all this? But upstream, really having that visibility on what is our supply chain, how are people being treated in the supply chain, and how are we treating the ecosystems where we're sourcing from? Because although a lot of what we're wearing today, almost 70% unfortunately, is plastic, we also are relying on very valuable, rich ecosystems for our cashmere, our cotton, our wool, and our leather. So lots of work around that. And what I've seen as well, which has been a shame, is this shift from focusing on the social and the human and the people to focusing more on the environmental and carbon. And maybe we'll talk about that a little bit, but how do we get more holistic about it again?
Amazing. Well done to both candidates for keeping to time. And really interesting, Christine, to hear from the fashion sector about overconsumption, so you're starting with some big ideological questions, which we need to answer. So I want to go this way, starting with you in the next segment, which is around challenges. I think you already alluded to them. If you can highlight what are the big challenges you see in the fashion sector, and you have 2 minutes for that.
Great. Okay, I did allude to a couple in terms of the complexity and opacity of the value chain that exists today. But I do think we're at a bit of an inflection point with fashion because there are drivers that exist which haven't existed before that are hopefully going to help us overcome that. So one is there's finally legislation in fashion that's impending. Everyone's like a tsunami of legislation, and it's very true. In terms of reporting in Europe and in France where I live, they're really going forward quite fast in some of this regulation. Also extended producer responsibility, so end of life. This is a huge shift, which means first that all the fashion brands have to actually find the data and look for it, but also need to start doing more due diligence within their supply chains and value chains and start having to communicate to their consumers what they're doing. So that's been a big issue, which I was talking about, this opacity that is beginning to be rectified thanks to some of this new legislation that's coming in place. Another big issue is obviously the price, which I'm sure is in food. You want to buy better clothing, it's going to cost you more, and who bears the cost of this? And even though we're seeing consumer demand saying we want more sustainability, they've been saying that since I've been in the business, it's just a higher percentage of people saying it, there's a lack of conversion, and there's what we call the say-do gap. So yes, we'll pay 30% more, but they're not actually paying 30% more. So what do we do in that instance, and who's going to cover the cost of this? Often it falls to the suppliers, and a big piece of what we need to look at is how do we de-risk across the supply chain, invest across the supply chain, so everybody is moving forward. So those I think are two, the visibility, the legislation is helping with that. The price premium is a big issue with everything. And implementation, when we get more into the solutions we're seeing, how do you take a supply chain that has been completely underinvested and change that to make it more efficient and incorporate better practices?
Thank you. This is a presidential debate, so we need to be cheering for our candidates. High levels of energy, please. So Ana Maria, turning to you, what are the key challenges you see in food systems, which is so massive, as you explained?
Yeah, so I think that the key message in terms of challenges is that food systems need to achieve several objectives at the same time. And each one of these objectives, it's very challenging by itself. Now think that in some circumstances, there are trade-offs between these objectives. So it's a very challenging situation, and I'm going to speak a little bit about these different objectives. So as I just mentioned, in relation to climate change, food systems need to contribute to meet the Paris Agreement. For the ones that are not familiar with the Paris Agreement, this is very big commitment. Many countries are committed to reducing the increase of temperature by 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. We are not going to, it's likely that we are not going to be able to achieve the Paris Agreement, but the closer that we are to achieving the Paris Agreement, the better. And I just mentioned that food systems and their activities contribute 30% to these total greenhouse gas emissions. So one of the main objectives is being able to produce food in a way that we are not making worse the issue of climate change. But at the same time, I said that many objectives need to be achieved by food systems. Many of the sustainable development goals in relation to food, so gender, poverty, nutrition, life on land and below water, are also very much related to the way that food systems do their things, the way that interact the different actors along food systems. So this is the thing. We need to be able to produce food in a way that we are not increasing greenhouse gas emissions, but we also need to feed a population that is growing. So it's how we produce this food. The other side of the coin of climate change and food systems is very important, because if we don't meet the Paris Agreement, if we don't reduce greenhouse gas emissions, then food systems are going to be highly affected because of climate extremes. So that's also one important thing to consider.
These 2 minutes go really fast, don't they? It goes fast. Yeah, so much more to say.
I know. You will get your chance. You'll get your chance for sure. But we want to make it equal footing for both sectors. But I think this big challenge of how do we feed and clothe 10 billion people by 2050, that's why we're having this discussion. So maybe we start with you, Ana Maria, because we've heard today about many different innovations. We've heard from innovators. So what do you think are the key innovations in the food sector that you're optimistic about?
Yeah, so let me start with one, which is, I have it fresh in my mind, was part of our Goalkeepers report. And the topic of the report this year is a report from the Gates Foundation, was malnutrition. But more important, the big message was that according to these stories, we have the tools to stop malnutrition at the same time that we are making people healthier and very climate resilient. And one specific example that was highlighted in the report, it's something that is happening in terms of the production and consumption of milk in Kenya. So in here, what we are considering is both the production and the consumption side, but using really interesting technologies, we are increasing the dairy productivity at the same time that we are working with vendors to make sure that milk is not contaminated and it is safe for everybody in the family to consume. This is very important because we have seen that increasing the amount of milk that is consumed can reduce stunting in children big time. So we are being careful about the environment in terms of emissions because livestock is one of the sectors that's produce more emissions at the same time that we are making people healthier and we are reducing problems in relation to nutrition. Another innovation, and this is the different pathways for sustainability. In some places of the world, we are consuming too few proteins from animals, beef, milk. In other parts of the world, we are consuming too many of them. And this is where another innovation, such as alternative proteins, make tons of sense. And the reason that this is very exciting and could become a game changer is that if you compare these novel ways of producing protein to conventional beef, for instance, we are seeing results in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by almost 90%. That's huge in terms of contributing to solve the problem of climate change.
Okay. It's very succinct. Thank you, Anna Maria. Christine, what are the innovations in fashion you're optimistic about?
Yeah. So many. Innovation's close to my heart. A big part of what I do is work on the advisory board of many startups and work with investors too, because for me, this a huge leverage point. If we can get the right solutions adopted quickly and get them funded, it's huge. So I could go through the different steps of the value chain. Again, we brought out, there's regenerative ag at the sourcing level of raw materials. In the processing, there's a lot with waterless dyes or green chemistry in these processes. You have more hard tech solutions in order to be more efficient and lower costs in the way that the clothing is being made, because really if you walked into a factory 100 years ago, it would look much like the factory you walk into today. And a lot of new materials that are redefining where we assign value in terms of now you see a pile of clothing waste and that's feedstock for new materials, that's worth something. You see a mushroom that could be a leather, very different from how we used to think about different materials that we would see. It's been very bookended at the material side, so new alternative materials, and at the end of life, so everything around textile recycling, for example, where the middle has been hard to crack, the messy middle, because the supply chain is completely outsourced in fashion. They don't know who these suppliers are, and often that's quite costly. But I think we really need to innovate, if I have to be honest. Fashion has been, for a creative industry, has been incredibly uncreative in innovating on the business model. And it continues to do the same thing. I want a better material. Oh no, that's too expensive, I can't use it. What we need to do is be creative around aligning incentives for everybody who needs to be using some of these innovations. We talk about systems change, it's really hard, obviously we know, but for me, aligning incentives is a silver bullet. And if you do it correctly and you have the right business case and people see the benefits, which there usually are in terms of reducing costs or opening to new markets, they will do it more quickly, and we have to pay more attention to that.
So how many of you are students here at Columbia? Or students somewhere else also is okay? Okay, it's a lot of students. So these are some of the big topics. So maybe it inspires you for student projects or future career decisions. You should talk to them afterwards as well. So now is an opportunity for you to respond to each other, the cross-bias segment, but taking your comment into consideration, I'm going to make it 3 minutes then too, okay? So Christine, if you want to kick us off. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm responding to some of the things
Yeah,
that were said in terms of, yeah. No, I do love how you were talking about the need for systems change and the complexity of what it is that we're trying to do. I do think that we operate in silos, which is why we're so happy to be in this event. I think combining food and fashion, but even within our own industries, we silo down even more. So there's the environmental side and there's the social side, for example, which is a very big silo that we're not paying enough attention to. So I love the aspect of how you're drawing out. It's the people here that we really need to make sure we're putting at the center of all this. And in fashion, we've really lost that focus in many ways, which has been quite upsetting for me, I have to say, and how we bring that back and show that a healthy planet is a human right and that this is completely intertwined in the way we're producing the risks we're creating are not only the risks to the supply of cotton, to the supply of people who are going to be able to work in very hot factories or flooded out regions, but it's the communities that are at the base of that and how we need to support them. So that for me was a very strong point that came out of what you're saying. And another thing I think that was quite powerful is also just the inefficiencies of the markets today, and that we have the solutions. I mean, we do. We have the solutions, and we have a lot of the data now and the impact data that shows that it will be better if we pursue them. We know that, like I was saying, it could be more efficient. It could be cost savings for you. But we're having trouble connecting these dots, and I think we're having trouble expressing the benefits of the solutions and innovations that we see in many ways. As a sustainability professional for many years, I think there have been two reasons for that. So, and that's great because there are students here, and I want to encourage you to take some business finance courses, learn how to model with Excel, because we need more sustainability professionals who can do that. There's a lot of misunderstanding in terms of the languages, different functions and different industries are speaking. And I often say you have to speak the love language of who you're talking to. And if you want to get the business case across, how do you do that? You actually need to have the tools to do that. And historically, and it's changing now, but there haven't really been sustainability professionals who've had that training. Or secondly, people working on the idealism of sustainability don't want to talk about profit. And those are two big mistakes, I think, that hopefully you as students, when you're entering this work, will see and try to overcome. Because the more we're talking the same language, the more we're using the tools that people understand on different sides of the table, the faster we're going to break down the silos, the misunderstandings, the inefficiencies that we have, and be able to really communicate effectively to get to where we need to go.
Okay. Thank you, Christine. I want to make an announcement before moving to Anna Maria. So Anna Maria also to give her reactions to Christine's comments, but then we will open up to questions. And how I want to do it is, if you have questions for Christine, please come and behind this microphone on her side. And if you have questions for Anna Maria, come here. And so question, you get 1 minute each to answer. I know it's short, but the idea is we can get as many questions as we can. But I'm really being strict with the candidates here, so I would also like you, as people asking questions, to keep your questions very succinct and something they can answer in a short period. Okay? Anna Maria, you have 3 minutes now to respond to some of the things Christine's raised.
Okay, no, this has been great so far, and I have seen, like, just listening to you, so many connections in terms of the challenges that we are experiencing. And this is just to say that I think that for many of these big challenges that humanity is facing, one of the main barriers, is that we are not being able to listen enough to other experiences, other sectors. Because I think that we can learn so much from things that are happening. And it's just like opening our minds to new ideas that we never thought about. Because something that we do, I'm just thinking, when you go to university, you want to be really good at something. You want to master something. But then while doing that, perhaps you are missing things that can help you in terms of advancing that knowledge that you want to achieve. So this is just to say that I think that this is a great example in terms of breaking silos. So two things that I want to highlight from what I heard from you. So the consumer changing behaviors. And this is so in the middle of what we need to in food systems, and as I understand also in fashion. So I think that the more that we can understand better what is needed to change these behaviors that we know that are not helping us in terms of achieving sustainability, the better. And there's a lot of research that needs to be done in relation to that. How do we make sure that we speak the right words, so that we can just like get to that place in every person so that they start thinking in ways of doing things in a different way. So that's one thing that I would highlight that I heard from you. And then the other one that you mentioned was like considering the whole value chain. And very similar to what we do in food systems, we're never going to be able to really address the problem if we are just focusing on one piece of the problem. Because then you solve it here, but sometimes you create more trouble here. So if we are not able to have this holistic approach, this systems-based approach, then it is very hard to come with the type of solutions that these big challenges are bringing to us. So yeah, consider the whole value chain, consider how to change behaviors. I think that this is one of the topics that really resonates in terms of how we can contribute to each other. So I'll just leave it there.
These candidates are so friendly and complimentary. I think that's good. I think that's good. I think what I take away is we've not created these spaces where we're bringing these sectors together. We can see how complementary are, so maybe we can advance on this. So maybe on this side, first question for Christine. Please keep it a short question, and then Christine, 1 minute to answer, and then we go to a question from food, so we'll take turns, okay?
As short as I can. Okay, hi, I'm Patricia from Fashion Revolution, and this is for Christine. You mentioned something very important. You said finding the right ideas and funding them like rapidly. And I see a lot of entrepreneurs, startups, and NGOs that are struggling so much to find the right funding to keep going. And so, can you tell us, who do you think are the main funders right now who are advancing sustainability in fashion?
Yeah.
Okay, just a minute to start the timer for 1 minute.
Okay. So it's 3.
Yeah, 1. So over to you.
Yeah, so I think actually there are different layers of funding that come in to play when you're looking at sustainability and innovation. One is the more catalytic grant funding. Actually, we were talking before about Loudest Foundation, which has been a huge support for both of our work. I just did a report that they helped sponsor in June, support. So you have some of these foundations coming in. The venture capitalists have been quite active. I did a session just this morning down at Regeneration VC's Reassembly with Fashion for Good, which is a big accelerator, as well as investors, and really trying to say, how do we keep the momentum around new materials when the timelines maybe don't fit the way they want, or they're not seeing the purchase commitments from brands who aren't really ready to make purchase commitments because that's not how they operate. So we do have VC. We're missing a lot of that growth funding at the moment, which is probably one of the major problems in terms of innovation itself in getting some of those solutions into play. So that's kind of the missing middle and like valley of death, as we call it. So how do we keep pushing in that direction to make sure more money is going into the startups who need to build plants and all of that kind of thing?
Thanks, Christine. So on the food side.
Hi, I'm Anita. I'm with Redish. And I have a question about policy. We had heard a little bit more about textile policies and what's happening in Europe, and there's the Americas Act that's forthcoming as well. I was wondering more about food policy as it relates to the points that you made in terms of food security, internationally, not just domestically, and then also in on malnutrition.
Policy. Ana Maria, 1 minute for you.
So yeah, I think that policy is one of these key enablers for scaling some of these innovations that we just mentioned. So one of the innovations that I mentioned was all these research and momentum that is happening around alternative ways of producing protein. And there's a big challenge in terms of scaling those approaches in terms of policy. So that's one example where right policies, they have like 2 main things. One, they can really help the business to grow because of regulations that are in place that are preventing this growth of that type of businesses. But also policies can also help in terms of making sure that this food is safe for everybody. So that's a very important role of policies. And yeah, I was,
Okay.
let's leave it
Yeah.
like that.
We have so many questions. This way we can
So that, yeah.
gather many of them. So fashion.
Carly, I work at the climate school, and I think the fashion industry, there's a lot of plastic packaging used in retail and delivery for consumers. I'm really curious how you imagine we actually address plastic packaging use in fashion.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 minute.
Okay. Yeah, this is a big question that brands have been looking at for many, many years, and I've participated in a lot of these different conversations. And of course, there's a crossover, I think, with a lot. I'm getting extra seconds. There's a
The time is
crossover
not
with
working, so.
a lot of the food packaging as well. What the fashion industry has been focusing on mostly is the highest percentage of recycled content to get into their packaging without clouding the bags, because if you cloud the bags and they can't read it, they'll just keep changing it. And so then you'll have 7 plastic bags that goes through the garment as it goes through the value chain. There isn't the infrastructure in place really for the biodegradable bags, which has been an issue. I mean, I think that's coming, but it's kind of what you're saying. We have to address everything sometimes, or the solution isn't going to work. And when you're looking at systemic, circularity, if you're looking at just like an EV, there's so many points, and sometimes you can only go as fast as the slowest point in that infrastructure. So it's been slowed down in terms of biodegradability because people aren't able to really home compost a lot of this stuff and don't know where to industrially drop it off. But it's a big issue that a lot of companies are looking at for sure. We can talk more about it. Yeah.
Thanks, Christine. Yeah. Food? No?
Glad to see one of you is about to be president of, I guess, the known universe. It doesn't exactly say. It's for both of you, so I don't know if we need 30 seconds each.
Anna Maria,
Curious about your thoughts on the idea of a target for livestock, for leather, for food, numbers of livestock on the planet per year.
Okay, I think Anna Maria, you should answer this because there are many fashion questions coming up.
Okay. So that's a really interesting point because, there's a lot of debate in relation to the total number. So we have not even been able to agree on that total number. I don't know, Mario, if you would like to say something about that, but I have remembered discussions between FAO and other organizations in terms of the number. So that's challenging from the very beginning. Now, moving into a target, I think that should be a target, but what I want to emphasize are something that I said from the very beginning. There are different pathways for sustainability, and we need to be careful about, just like thinking that there's one silver bullet, because there's none. So we need to understand all these variables that need to be considered. And some people in some places of the world, they need to eat more milk. They need to eat more beef and need to drink more milk because we are experiencing very serious issues in terms of nutrition. Other parts of the world don't. So that target, which I think that could help us in terms of advancing our conversations, needs to be there, but we need to be very careful about it.
Okay, thanks, Ana Maria. And we have Mario Herrero in the next panel, so you can also ask the question back to him then.
You can follow up with me, Mario.
So next question of fashion.
Okay.
I'm London with the School of International and Public Affairs at Columbia. I'm curious, you talk about the importance of building and aligning incentives. Yeah. I'm curious, what does that look like? What are the mechanisms to do that from both the private side, the public side?
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, because that is one thing I disagree with Ana Maria on. I do think it's a silver bullet. I think the right policy can be maybe not 100% silver bullet, but really get you along far way there. So the right incentives, what we have now is the missing middle, is in terms of incentives. So you have at the high level, like CEOs of companies going, and then we're going to lower our carbon emissions and reach net zero by 2050. Okay, these are all our targets that we have. Or at the bottom up, you're like, we replaced all our plastic with paper cups, and now people ride bikes to work. But all of the managers who need to operationalize this stuff, what are their incentives? Yeah. Usually cut costs. If you look at a buyer for fashion, buy it at the lowest cost, right? Get the highest margin merchandiser. Sell through, don't miss a sale. And how are they supposed to operationalize these goals? What they need to have is as incentives are, make sure you're purchasing the highest percentage of certified materials that you can. Make sure that you're reducing our energy and water and carbon by X% with what you're sourcing. And then it would make a difference. But of course, we're in capitalism, unbridled capitalism, and people don't want to give the middle management those incentives, but that's what we need to do. So, I mean, we do have the problem that, we're in neoliberalism, and that's where all these conversations around degrowth and green growth have been popping up, because it's very hard to get the right incentives in sometimes. If, not always, sometimes they run aligned. Ooh, I went way over this.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think we can only take one more question on food. Unfortunately, we are reaching the end of the session.
Okay.
Sorry, but you can talk to them afterwards in the break. So yeah, last question for you, Anna Maria.
Okay.
Sure, thank you. Hi, I'm John. I'm a student in the Sustainability Management Program, and my question is with regard to the growth of the global middle class over the next few decades. We're going to have so many more consumers coming into this kind of segment, and wondering how, I'm wondering for both food and fashion, but how the industry is thinking about, or maybe talking about, the levers that they can pull to impact consumption in this kind of segment, and how you're thinking about the growth and the impact of middle-class consumers.
Okay, just before you answer, so after this we'll have closing comments. So if there's anything else you've picked up, you can keep it for then, Christine. Anna Maria, go.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very good question. And, thinking about demographics is part of the issue, the challenge that we have with food systems. So we need to really understand what are going to be like those decisions from that population that it's growing. And that's certainly part of the analysis that we are taking in terms of, trying to understand what are the innovations and how do we build these innovations. Going back to meat, we know that an estalized fact is that when families become wealthier, then the consumption of beef increases. And that's something that we need to take into account given the importance of livestock in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. And this is why these innovations in terms of being able to think different ways of producing this protein make a lot of sense. But I think that's a key driver to consider in terms of this sustainability. And it's part of the models. It's part of how we try to understand what are the best innovations in order to achieve sustainability.
Okay, thanks, Anna Maria. So, sorry, I've been super strict, but I'm just sticking to my script. But now you have 2 minutes each for your closing comments, and you can go a little bit over if you want, sir. I just want to
very nice moderator. You're a very nice moderator.
A little.
Okay, great. Well, I've really enjoyed this conversation. It's nice to have the rapid fire, even though you want to say more. It keeps us really disciplined. So yeah, I guess what I would say is look at the impact and the levers that you have. So there are many things we can all do to make food more sustainable and to make fashion more sustainable, but you've got to be smart about where you're going to be focusing your energies, and you have to see where is the impact really. So I would be knowledgeable and do your research in terms of where you see where that lies. Like in luxury brand, it's 70% on raw materials. In other segments, like more mass, it's 40 to 50% in the processing part. So try to figure that part out, and then figure out the leverage and the levers where you feel you can make the change. And then once you've done that, make that your North Star, and don't try to be perfect at everything, because you never will. And you're going to have someone go, well, wait a minute, because now we have to transport it from here to here. And you can say, yes, we do, but our North Star is this, and we're going to optimize everywhere else. We're maximizing this because this is where we think we can have the most impact and where we can affect change, and we're optimizing everywhere else. So that would be kind of my main message as you guys kind of continue work or go forth in this work. You can have a lot of projects all over, but if it's not really going to make the difference we need, it's going to be maybe some wasted energy. And I think for the food and fashion in particular, at the agricultural stage of both of our supply chains, there's so much more cooperation that's needed, which can also lower costs on both sides. From the women from Fashion Revolution, brands are funding a lot of things now as well. As I'm sure you know, they have corporate venture capital arms that are funding innovation, but they also have their departments, sustainability departments, working on field programs in cotton and in leather, and working on standards and different multi-stakeholder groups. And if you look at leather, fashion would say, it's food's fault that we have so many livestock, by the way. We're a byproduct, right? but like, look at regenerative ag. We do need livestock for that. What's the right number? I don't know. But we want to fund projects in regenerative ag. We should have food companies as well as fashion companies working together to fund that. And then we should take some of the raw materials and make sure there are offtake agreements in place. Like if you're funding those projects together, you're having the amount of costs that you need to put into it, and then someone's taking the orange peel and someone's taking the orange, I guess. But those sorts of things are very powerful, and especially for smallholder farmers who have systems around cotton, for example, where they might also have soybeans and they might have eucalyptus and they might have shea. Like, how do you make sure that food and cosmetics and other industries are able to take some of those materials while you're working on fibers? So there's a lot to be done there, which I think could be quite powerful.
Thank you, Christine. Anna Maria, your closing statement.
Yeah, so for me, I guess that one of the key messages that I got from the conversation just now is the importance of either thinking about food systems, thinking about fashion. It's what's behind that, because we are usually like running. We don't have time to stop and think. So when we have lunch, we just have lunch, but we don't think about what's behind that, what's behind every thing that is in front of us. I guess that it's the same thing with fashion, no? So yeah, we get our clothes every single day, we like them, but what's behind that? So who is responsible for, making sure that we have that lunch in front of us, we have the clothes? And is it being done in the correct way in terms of the challenges that we are experiencing, such as climate change? What needs to change? So try to go beyond what it's in there. I used to make fun with my little kid, because especially people that live in the cities, you go to the supermarket and you buy milk, and they think that milk is grown there in the refrigerator, but everything that is behind that milk and all the livelihoods of people that are behind that. So that's something that I really appreciate after this conversation. But then I'm just going to say something about food and why food systems are so important in terms of addressing climate change. And this is something that it just got in my mind. It was like 5 years ago, a group of us were together in Bellagio, beautiful Italy, brainstorming about what were the key things, innovations to address this issue of climate change and food systems. And Professor Johan Rockström, I don't know if you know him, he's very passionate, he's really intelligent, and he set the stage for the conversation that was going to happen. He said, guys, this is so important. The conversation that is going to happen these 2 days is so important that it can define the future of the planet. And the reason is because food systems are so important to be able to reach the Paris Agreement, because they are producing a lot of emissions. We need to figure out how to contribute to addressing the climate change problem. But at the same time, if we are not able to reduce those greenhouse gas emissions, food systems are not going to be viable. And what it really got in my mind was that, well, if food systems are not going to be viable, all of us are going to be affected. Because if there's one single thing that everybody in the planet does, regardless of age, color, race, whatever, it's eating to survive. So food, it's about everybody. We all are related to food, and we should all be part of the solution in terms of sustainable food systems.
Thank you so much, Anna Maria, and thank you so much, Christine. You're not done yet. So I just hope you've all learned a lot from this debate. It was more to share some interesting insights from both sectors, from leaders in those sectors. I've learned a lot. I just want to say something that Professor Johan Rockström actually said. He said, you cannot solve food without solving climate, and you cannot solve climate without solving food. But it's not just climate and food. Fashion is also a big part of that. So we should expand that into breaking these silos and bringing this all together. So thank you so much for being so considerate and adapting to this format. You're both presidents now. I declare you as presidents.
And you're going to shake hands, and Danny's going to make a photo from there.
Oh, okay.
Once you've done that, and maybe I'll join in some point. Shake hands, please. Well done. Two presidents of food and fashion meeting each other. I think. I've been with both presidents of food and fashion together when the industries came together. So it's not working? It is working, okay. So now I'm going to hand over to Danielle for the next panel. Is there a video which comes? Okay, so you wait there and there will be a video and then you come on. Okay, sorry.
Welcome to the Full Circle, enhancing circularity and traceability in sustainable food and fashion panel. Today, we're talking about closing the loop from farm to fashion and back again. These innovators are making sure that what we create, consume, and wear has a sustainable future. Get ready to learn how circularity and traceability are transforming industries and pushing us toward a more responsible, transparent future.
Hi, everyone. I am Danielle Azoulay. I am really happy to be here today talking about a subject that is near and dear to my heart, circularity within the food and fashion systems. I teach circular economy as part of the Sustainability Master's Program here at Columbia University, and I see some of my students here, and hopefully it's not repetitive of what you learned in class. You'll learn something new today. And we have a phenomenal panel of real experts in these two industries and how to drive traceability upstream in these two systems. So without further ado, I'd love to bring the panelists up. First, we have Mario, and we'll once they come up, I'll have them introduce themselves so they do a better introduction than I can possibly do. So feel free to come and sit. Thank you, Mario. Sure, from Cornell, wherever you want to sit, wherever you feel comfortable. Unfortunately, one of our guest speakers today, Erin, wasn't able to come very last minute, so we will try and represent whatever sort of perspective that she may have had, but I know that she had a really some great contributions on packaging. But next up, we have Ngozi Okaro from Custom Collaborative and Anita Schwartz from Redish. Great. Thank you. Please welcome these amazing speakers. So, you know, when I talk about circularity in my class, I say it's not about recycling, right? We don't even talk about recycling until like the 7th class. What we're trying to do is identify materials and keep them in use at their highest utility for as long as possible. And so it's about, at its core, rethinking systems, right? And making sure that the systems are set up so that we're not just eliminating waste, we're eliminating the concept of waste, right? But even more so than that, doing so in a just and socially conscious way, you know, to have a perfectly circular product from a materials perspective, but to do it with forced labor or human rights abuses is not circular, right? Both of these things have to happen together in harmony to ensure that we have perfect circularity. So with that, I would love to go down the list of the row of panelists and have each of you do a quick introduction and where you're from and what your work focuses on and how it relates to improving these two systems.
Great, thanks a lot for the introduction. And my name is Mario Herrero, and I'm a professor of food systems and global change at Cornell University. I work in several aspects of food systems. My interests are in healthy diets from sustainable food systems. I'm going to disclose that I'm part of the Eat Lancet Commission. Just so that you know, I think it's important in this debate. But also, I've been working a lot on environmental footprints of food products for a very long time, and also on the livestock sector, which actually holds a big stake in how we solve issues around sustainable food systems. For me, circularity, I come into the circularity debate from a waste management perspective, especially in food, which is so high, up to 35–40% of the food is wasted, and many of the leftover streams can be processed through the livestock sector or directly through human food consumption.
Hello, my name is Ngozi Okaro. Before I start, are you going to name one of us president at the end of this panel? Because I feel
you
like
already won.
Okay,
with that jacket, you won. So take it, Madam President.
Okay, all right, thank you. Yeah. There might be an uprising.
No.
Loser.
There's no uprising with you as president. It's perfect.
Okay.
Perfect world.
So in any event, I'm Ngozi Okaro. I lead Custom Collaborative, which is a nonprofit social enterprise helping women here in New York develop careers in sustainable fashion. I am really excited to be here among all of the things that are going on this week with UN General Assembly and Climate Week. I just feel really hopeful about the conversations that we will have here and what all of you are bringing into the world.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Anita Schwartz. I am head of sustainability with Redish. If any of you had lunch, I brought a prop. I'm going to pass this around after we start talking a bit, but I represent a reusable packaging company. My work with Redish has really been sort of integrated since 2021. But prior to that, I also came from the waste world. I worked for waste management for over a decade, as well as WSP, which is a global engineering company, as their head of circularity and zero waste for the US. And I'm really excited to be here, again, also because it's Climate Week and because of the UN General Assembly, but also to be able to talk to students that are really starting to understand some of these climate impacts and the course of study that you want to be embarking upon or in the middle of, as we talk a little bit about circularity and what it means for a career path as well.
Thank you. How many people here are in fashion? And great. How many people here are in food? How many here are just here for fun? Just kidding. Okay, good. These two systems are intimately connected because, everything around us starts from the earth. It's either farmed, fished, forested, or mined. And these two systems are really interconnected and heavily dependent on agriculture. So with that, Mario, I want to talk to you about as we strive for circularity and integrating circular principles into these systems, what do you think is the most effective way to do this within the food supply chain?
Thank you very much. Great question. Well, for me, first, it's way more important to, I love circularity, don't get me wrong, but I think that if we can actually decrease food loss and waste, that is the first thing that we should try to do. Mm-hmm. Now, if we end up with leftovers, okay, now let's try to utilize them. developing, low and middle income countries have already been using many of these resources, particularly in the livestock sector. You know, for example, in sub-Saharan Africa, you have animals fed on 60% of crop residues year-round. So this has already been happening, and for centuries in many cases. But of course, we have a range of other things coming into the production systems, and then it's how can we actually repurpose them? I think that there is a greater chance of incorporating them as feed rather than directly for human consumption. And that would reduce the pressure enormously on the livestock sector, because we would be decoupling the livestock sector from the land. We have made estimates that we can produce up to 35% of the protein requirements of a human if we used all food waste. And we can actually produce, for example, the Eat Lancet diet with the food waste if we implemented it in OECD countries. Can you imagine?
Wow.
Can you imagine? These, this will obviously need a reduction in consumption, but we can meet that reduction in consumption with circular principles.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a very, very attractive proposition to try to keep on studying.
It's also, what comes to mind for me when we see the cost of food, especially in the US, it's even though the rhetoric is that it's very high right now, really for what we're paying for, it's actually really low, right? We're not paying the true cost of food that we have in the grocery stores, right? And there's many externalities, both in food and fashion, that are unaccounted for in the products. And maybe, perhaps that's one of the things that could be addressed in order to mitigate and optimize the amount and mitigate the waste. So how do we get to a place where, as consumers, we're actually paying the true cost as reflected by the environmental benefits, the labor costs? Talk a little bit about that.
Very happy to talk about the true cost of food. Depending on the estimate that you take, the true cost of food is between $15 and $29 trillion. And this means that we're not accounting for about 2/3 of the cost of food. So food is dead cheap at the moment.
Yeah.
And we're not accounting for all the externalities in terms of greenhouse gases, in terms of, pollution of water sources, in terms of the health costs of getting sick because of non-communicable diseases like strokes, heart attacks, diabetes. We are already paying for these things.
Yeah.
But they're not assigned to the food system. It's the health sector picking it. Land use change, land use, the environment, etc. So the costs are distributed. So what we're trying to do is to find ways in which we can incorporate the true cost of food in an effective way that does not increase the price of food for consumers. That's the critical thing. A lot of the people say, oh, well, yeah, but food prices will go up. Well, it really depends how you structure it. Because, for example, we're working with New York State, trying to incorporate the true cost of food in public procurement.
Mm-hmm.
And how are we doing this? By really looking at, an apple is not an apple everywhere. You can have an apple that you bring from Washington, or you can buy local from upstate New York. They're going to have very different, transport costs, emissions, different pesticide loadings, different fertilizer uses. And you want to actually create a system that incentivizes good practice.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole point of trying to incorporate good food. If we make some procurement decisions that at first will benefit the more efficient producers, that means lower costs, then you have more people getting engaged into a system like that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's public procurement, but how do you deal with the rest of the producers? Think about this. Agricultural subsidies are around $600 billion per year. And the costs of mitigation and adaptation that we will require are in the order of 3 to 5% of the agricultural GDP. That's $260 billion. around $260 billion. Imagine if we could repurpose subsidies to actually promote best practices of production and consumption, rather than actually providing a subsidy for, for agriculture as is now.
To grow the food,
well,
to just be wasted on the back end, it's like the money is where we could be spending the money to improve the system. Is what
there has to be a change in incentive associated with the subsidies that exist at the moment, and that could then lead again to changes in the practices that will actually lower the costs of food.
I'm like really fascinated by sort of like identifying the power levers within the systems. And Christine talked about it, you're talking about it, procurement is one of those power levers where if you can talk to procurement people and get them to understand sort of the end goal, there's so much opportunity there. But, Ngozi, I want to move to you and actually can we talk a little bit, sort of similar questions? What can we do within the fashion sphere, within the fashion value chain to improve circularity, improve, as Mario was talking, really it's not the issue of affordability that is contributing to this system being broken, right? It's kind of similar with fashion. It's like the cheaper stuff gets, the worse it is, right? And so talk to me a little bit about where you see opportunities for circularity in the fashion system.
Yeah, so I think, I wasn't here earlier, but I think that we all get that both like fashion and food are agricultural products, right? And there are many things that are like abundant and never ending, but land is not one of them. And so just thinking about the ways that we have used and misused land in order to provide profit for a few people via overproduction and improperly aligned production of the things that we need, right? And so Danielle asked at the beginning, like, oh, who's into fashion? Who's here in fashion and who's here in food? And like, obviously, we're both in all of them. All of us are in both of them, right? We're all wearing clothes. We're all wearing clothes, and we all ate lunch. We'll all eat dinner, right? So like we're intrinsically connected to these things, but there are ways in which we like separate ourselves from nature, but also like how these things were created, how they were produced. And so just as you were talking about how much food waste there is, and so we could put this food back into feed. And I just think about, I don't know, it was a week or two ago where there was this recall of like millions of pounds of meat, like animal product, because they had been contaminated. But somehow or another, a company has a way to still make money, right, even though they have recalled all these products that they created and packaged for sale. So I think that there's a big mismatch in terms of the cost, what it costs to make things, what it costs to buy things. I do think that if we really thought about the true cost, right, and the cost of not just thinking about let's say fashion, the cost of like, let's say growing cotton and hiring people to bring that cotton in from the plants and then milling it and turning it into fabric and dyeing that fabric and having someone create a pattern and cut the patterns and sew the clothes together, right? Because even though there are these computerized systems, I think everybody in here, 100% of the clothes that you're making were made by a person, right? And so then how do we connect the fact that we might have paid $20 for a dress, that it was made by a person, and how do we reconcile that with what was this person paid? Like, can this person live on the land that we're trying to save? And so I think saying all that to say that there are so many things that are hidden to us in terms of like, how do we wear what we wear? How do we eat what we eat? Who does it affect? Is it the floods in Austria or in India or any number of places? And so I think that as consumers, we don't know these things. I do not think it's the consumer's responsibility. I think that the responsibility is on corporations, and that the only way that corporations will do anything is if they're mandated by government. I just think about, there's like in Europe, there's extended producer responsibility. There's like this corporate sustainability directives, whereas companies could be charged like 5% of their income, their annual income, if they don't abide by these laws. And sometimes what happens in Europe will then happen in California in terms of legislation, and then it can then happen in New York and maybe the rest of this country. But I really think that a key is holding to account the people who have created and are benefiting from these systems that just result in remarkable amounts of waste.
That's such a great point, and I think regulation is one of really the key enablers, right, to build better systems. What do you see as the main opportunity today in terms of regulation? We've got the New York Fashion Act, we've got some other really interesting legislation sort of percolating. Can you speak a little bit to that? Like, where do you see hope from a regulatory perspective?
Yeah, for sure. I think one thing is the Fabric Act, which is federal legislation that Senator Gillibrand introduced, and that Custom Collaborative helped with the shaping of, and more important, Remake and Garment Worker Center did. I think that something like that, where companies are held to account for what happens in their supply chain. There's also funding for training for companies, so we can be more sustainable about our production practices. I know that, speaking about extended producer responsibility that's in Europe, I know that there are a couple of pieces of legislation percolating in California that I think would get us along that same direction. But I think it's really important for legislation to be created and for people to for all of us to know what's going on, and then talk to our legislators and support it. So then thinking last September, Custom Collaborative and Remake and Garment Worker Center and some others went to Capitol Hill, just regular people like you in the audience and us and people in our programs, to advocate for passage of the Fabric Act. So it's really important for us to engage in it.
Yeah, for sure. Anita, you and not you, Redish, is addressing a very, very critical component of circularity and enabling systems to become more circular through reuse of a piece of the puzzle that has a really large impact. And just really, it's like we grow these resources, people are still in the packaging supply chain. There's a lot of industrialization that goes into making these beautiful packaging, but then we use it once and it's not recyclable, and it ends up in the landfill, right? So talk to us about Redish, talk to us about how because you have a great perspective also from the waste management side, right? How do you see circular packaging really enabling like a new type of system and really improving the food system as it is today?
Thank you. That was a big question. I think that let's start with sort of the systems perspective of reuse. This is something that we used to do. I think the biggest thing that we've all, whether it's fashion, whether it's food systems, is that we've kind of gotten away from the actual touch and feel of things that we used to have touch and feel of, whether it was making our own clothes or packing our own food or growing our own food. We have lost as a society this, and it's not just a North American context. I think this is sort of now becoming a little bit more global too, with convenience and creating the convenience across different countries, is that there is sort of a removal from the actual touch and feel of things. And so in the North American context specifically, I think that the infrastructure to be able to enable these systems is sort of gone by the wayside, where things have become sort of a throwaway culture. So when we talk about the circularity of food systems as it relates to reusable packaging, I think one of the things that is very cognizant when you put your food in a reusable container is how much you're consuming. So there is sort of more of an awareness because you do have to scrape it out or you have to figure out what to do with your food before you return a container. So it makes you a little bit more consumption aware. It's not as easy as being able to take your compostable or your throwaway container from wherever and just put it all into the bin. So that's one aspect of circularity and reusable containers. I think another piece of this that when we talk about packaging overall is that, recyclable, we all understand that there are challenges with that, whether it is actually the infrastructure exists, but that also exists for compostability. And so compostable packaging isn't a silver bullet. There is not the infrastructure in North America to be able to manage compostable packaging in the volume that is being disseminated today, and that is sort of also growing in terms of its adoption. The other challenge that you have with it, and talking about circular food systems, is that compostable packaging is either made with fiber or it's made with a plant-based resin. And that plant-based resin has to be grown, and you use a lot of different types of materials for it. It could be corn, it could be different ag products to be able to make these types of bio-based resins, but it does have an impact on our food systems and does have an impact on what we're growing and how we're utilizing that material, agricultural material, for creating a bio-based plastic. And then a third component of that is that those types of materials that are highly engineered, when introduced into an industrial composting scenario, don't necessarily break down at the same rate that food waste does. So it can actually create more of a contamination for a soil amendment. That is what compost should be.
Like an imbalance in the composting.
There's an imbalance. There's microplastics that are like this bio-based plastics that are left in the compost as well. So there is a challenge in terms of the degradation of compostable packaging in actual industrial composting facilities. So you do see like a pushback from industrial composters that they don't want these types of materials. There are bans in certain states that have said we do not want compostable packaging. So, it's a solution, but it requires scalability, and that's an infrastructure challenge that we're having today. So I think in terms of being able to kind of make that transition into more sustainable packaging options, there also has to be a systemic way we're looking at how are these materials actually being moved in our urban markets and suburban markets, because it is sort of a movement of material, whether it's waste material, recycling, composting. It's not done inside of our cities, it's done outside of our cities. And so similarly, when we're thinking about packaging, we really do have to think about it from a systems perspective of how these materials are going to be utilized, distributed, sanitized, and redistributed.
I mean, there's a good reading looking in the rear view for solutions today, right? And what I love about this is sort of like the milkman model, right? Of like putting your bottles out when you're done with them, someone comes and grabs them, refills them, and Redish does that for food. I know when I was doing sustainability at L'Oreal, we were looking for solutions and for our canteen and looked to Redish to sort of help us eliminate that single use issue. Fascinating about the composting and microplastics. I think when we talk about circularity, eliminating toxins is like one of the core principles of circularity, because if you don't take that step of eliminating the toxins first, you're retoxing the whole system. And that's what came to mind, is like that compost is then, intoxicated.
Well, and
intoxicated with plastics. Like
there's advances in these types of resins that are happening now, but and there's more awareness, candidly, than there has been in the past. But the lining on a fiber box was made with PFAS. And so the PFAS was then leaching into your compost.
And PFAS is a forever chemical, right? For those that don't know, perfluorinated, blah, 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 blah. I'm not a scientist, but anyway, I play one on TV. No, remember that? I'm not a climate scientist. Okay, but so tell us about the challenges there. It's like, how do you find, because PFAS does have pretty unique properties that are from a outcomes perspective, right? It's water repellent, it's, you know, all these things. So when you're thinking about the system at large and how critical it is to eliminate something like PFAS, how do you approach that, even from like a waste management perspective, thinking about a larger system, a city system, you know, what's the process there?
Oh,
sorry. A longer conversation. We only have 17 minutes.
I was going to say, I have to bring out some charts and, you know, videos, you know, put up dark waters. I think, you know, it fundamentally, you know, single-use packaging is single-use packaging. You know, we spend a lot of resources in making single-use packaging, whether it goes to the recycling system, whether it goes to a compost system. Ultimately, we spend all these resources, energy, labor, to create something that's used for 30 seconds. And that is the challenge with single-use packaging. So I think that that should be sort of our North Star, is that how are we using these materials? What are we actually producing to its use phase? And what is that use phase? And then, yes, downstream, what happens to it? How can we beneficially keep that in the system? Or how can we beneficially reuse it? But it's the reuse part that's missing in our conversations often. It's we create things, we have a short use phase for it, and then we talk disposal. What's the best way for disposal? We don't really think about what's the best way for reuse. And so whether it's packaging, whether it's, you know, IT assets and critical minerals, whether it's textiles, we don't have these broader conversations when we think about infrastructure to be able to close the gap between use phase and downstream processing. For PFAS, that's a bigger conversation.
Okay, let's put a pin in that one. We'll revisit that next year.
Remediation and all kinds of stuff that has to happen.
Yeah, you know, what you said just reminded me of a time when I was working in luxury fashion. I was doing a factory visit in China and visited our shoebox factory. And you know, you're all sitting here thinking shoeboxes. There's a machine that cuts the paper, that assembles it, that glues the sides and blah, blah, blah. Nope, everything was done by hand, everything. And I think because we don't have that traceability and transparency upstream, there's an automatic assumption that everything is automated. And there would be 10 people touching each one shoebox to ship a pair of shoes. And by the way, they ship their shoe boxes fully assembled across empty shoe boxes. We have a long way to go. But it's like we really lose sight of that without that transparency into those systems. How do we improve that transparency to really drive home the notion that there are people at every step really touching the food and the goods and the things that we're enjoying? This was made with a lot of labor hours, right? So what are your thoughts on transparency?
You know,
traceability?
I want to reiterate a point that Ana Maria made, and it is that behind any food that you consume, there are a lot of people, there are a lot of different practices and everything, and we need to start caring about the provenance of the food that we eat a lot more. And value it, and not only understand the provenance, but make positive choices to actually consume products that are ethically produced, that are environmentally friendly, and so on. And especially a group like this, you know, it's the middle income consumers that really need to take this forward. It's no longer business as usual that you end up eating whatever pork or foie gras or anything. We really, really need to care about how things are produced. And it's especially the people with disposable income that really need to start making those choices. It is essential. We cannot impose some of those things on the poor, obviously, but there have to be safety nets so that they eventually can also make important choices. As to traceability, we've seen a lot of very good examples, very good examples starting to be developed. You have soy moratorium, you have deforestation-free beef in Brazil. Some of these initiatives have been successful. But here's where the issue of perverse incentives and this systemic view really needs to occur, because it needs to be widely adopted on a regional basis, because it doesn't help if Brazil does deforestation-free buying and it charges a premium. Well, then the buyers just move to Colombia and chop the Amazon in Colombia or in Ecuador and everything. So, this calls for regional agreements. This calls for a lot more negotiation and smart regulation as part of the process. And it needs to be also consumer-led, We need to demand for these better products and change the way we consume. Ultimately, that's the solution. And it's not silver bullets, as we said. Just imagine the world as a pressure cooker. It's a big pressure cooker, and we are the beans. We are the beans really getting all this climate change and all the stuff. And, and the ocean's also bubbling, from climate change and everything. But in our particular case, we not only have one pressure valve. We have all these different pressure valves: increase productivity, consume less, circularity, etc. And, it's how we move all these little valves that will allow us to really make it to the end. And it starts with you. Starts with you. We're here always asking about industry, about the public, about the public sector and everything. And it's our choices that actually matter from the start. Sorry, that was a big rant.
I loved that. I love the passion. I will say, in fashion, how do you feel about that perspective that it should be consumer-led, and that because I feel a little bit differently, and I feel like you maybe do too. But tell me also, consumer-led, could that enable better traceability upstream?
I honestly don't even know what consumer-led is. I read something last week, and sorry, I read everything on my iPhone, so I can't even quote which on Apple News was it, but there was this quote that somebody was saying that the purpose of marketing is to make people feel like they have a hole inside of them, and that if they buy this thing, then that will fill it, right? So just think about that as a consumer. The marketing, right? It's everywhere. It's on the subway, it's on television, it's on your podcast, it's on your Spotify, it's everywhere. And so thinking about the system that people are up against, and then the context of Western society. So let me just say United States. We are not like a collective, right? If I think about my family here, right? My mother is from the US, or my family in Nigeria, which is where my father is from. There's such a different collective spirit and community, where a community can do something there, like a community here, like what is it even? And so then to think that as consumers, we can shape this change, I don't think we can. I mean, I'm of an age when I was, in high school, you got new clothes at back to school, and then at Christmas, and maybe for summer camp. And now people get new clothes every week. I was just sitting here reflecting that last time I spoke at Columbia, I wore the same jacket. And then I was thinking, oh, you know what? Every time I come to Columbia, I'm going to wear the same jacket. But people feel like you need to show up in different clothes all the time. And that's because that is the way that we have been marketed to. So I still think that it is incumbent upon government. And I think that in a perfect situation. This is supposed to be like a representative democracy. We could all reach out to our legislators and say, this is what we want. But the fact of the matter is, many people, maybe not the people in this room, but many people are working 2 and 3 jobs, right? And don't have childcare and so many other things. So then people are fragmented and frequently can't develop that collective power. And it's not about what do I buy, because then we also have to think about what about the people who don't have choices, right? And so there's some people, they go into the bodega or whatever their grocery store is, and they are presented with the choices that are there, and there's not a lot of choices.
That's great. I want to leave a few minutes for questions. Anita, do you have a perspective on this from traceability, on packaging, also the waste system? How can we improve traceability to get people to understand more that what they throw away doesn't magically disappear?
Oh, there's no way. Well, I'll be brief because I do want to be able to get to questions. But I brought one of these containers. The ones that we used at lunch was new inventory. Everybody got fresh inventory. But this one has actually been around a few cycles, and we do have a QR code on the back, and you can get all of the sustainability metrics. We have done LCA studies on every one of our SKUs. So this helps us with traceability, not just of our inventory, but then also of impact. And I think the biggest thing out of this is knowledge. Knowledge is power. And I think to your point, we're so tired and we're so busy, and not everybody has a choice, but everybody can have access to information. And I think that that's really an important piece of creating circularity, is to be able to give people the information that they need to be able to make good decisions and knowledgeable decisions. In terms of traceability of food, same thing. If we knew, like, hey, this thing's terrible for you, it's going to cost this much for you to eat something so much better for you, and there's a label there, or there's some sort of information there to tell you it's going to cost the same, but this is going to give you a heart attack, this is not. That type of information, I think from a traceability perspective is very valuable. And if we ever could get to a labeling system that is dumbed it down, I guess, that'd be helpful. But I'm going to pass this.
Please come to the mic. We have, make your way to the microphones. We've got a couple of minutes for questions. Are you stretching, or you got a question?
Oh, just one thing. I do need to get that back. I need 20 turns on that. So please, when you're done. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you for the panel. It was great. I think we can all agree for what has been said that the problem, a big problem, is the way we produce. How can we slow down everything? Because we overproduce food, processed food, fashion. How can we slow it down, and how can we make the big corporations understand that it's in everybody's interest? Because money won't make any sense if the system and the environment is not healthy. How can we make them, take that step, even if it's a selfish one, but self-preservation?
On that? How do we put the right sort of limits in place to reduce the overproduction? Or maybe Mario, you want to go first, since that was a food-related one.
Yeah, it's it's a very, I'm going to sound really like a generalist, but it's a very complex question.
It is a very complex. Yeah, it's a very complex question.
No, we need to alter the demand, and we see it's the big thing that we observe in food, and we need to actually. I'm going to sound very, very general, because we haven't really sorted out how to create behavioral changes for a massive change in consumption, which is really what we need at the moment. And this is the typical Achilles heel of a lot of the work that we do on trying to find healthy diets from sustainable food systems. That how do we change the consumption patterns of people in terms of food that is so ingrained culturally, it's so ingrained by income, you know, by race and everything, and we don't have the right levers to try to do it. That's why, you know, we're banking on, you know, repurposing of subsidies. We're banking on what happens if we implement the true cost of food. Obviously, all understanding that in low and middle income countries, we will still need to have the increases in consumption that are required for people to get better nutrition and better health and so on. So I know that I didn't answer your question satisfactorily, but you know, it's the trickiest question that we have at the moment.
Yeah.
How do we create that behavioral change? Yes, please. Oh, great.
So that's kind of a control that helps a little bit. It teaches a brand to only purchase closer to demand.
Yeah, yeah.
Go ahead, Ngozi.
And I think that the other thing that I would say is marketing, right? Like in many fashion companies, like the chief marketing officer makes more money than anybody else. But if you think about like marketing, so drunk driving used to be like pretty much acceptable. And then there was a campaign, right? Drink milk, right? There was like, what was it? Like, right, got milk, right? Like that was a marketing campaign around buying a product. And so it's really, and it's a social science, right? But just like turning the lever so people can decide, oh, this is a popular thing. This is the normal thing that we should be doing.
Thank you for that. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I just add to that? You know, we've tried some things. It's not that the food system has been, you know, totally irresponsive to trying to work on behavioral change. It's a big area, but the things haven't worked at the scales that we actually require for the kind of changes that we need to make. You have pockets of, you have little experiments and pilots, but you know, it's like the saying, the pilot never fails, but the pilot never scales. It's that kind of thing. We haven't sorted out how to really go even bigger, massive, apart from a county adopting a sustainable measure or a small city or things like that.
Great. We are out of time. Can I have one more time to take one more question or no? Sorry, everyone. Thank you very much to this amazing panel. We tackled some really big issues today, and thank you everyone for your engagement and interest in this topic. I think we all learned there's no easy answers, but we have to keep working towards making the systems better. All right, that's it. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, while we do a little photo, actually we're going into the next session, so please don't leave. We don't have a break now. Yeah, so I just wanted to reintroduce Sandra Goldmark, who's going to come over for the next session, which will be about a degustation menu for the future of food and fashion. So the contestants are, yeah.
Yeah, Scaling Week. Yeah, you're very welcome.
Please don't leave. Please wait. The contestants are being ushered in, so you will see the results of the work we kicked off in the morning. And there's a jury, and they will be judging, and you will have your say as well.
So yeah, there's much more fun and excitement coming. Is that the concern? Okay, Sandra, let's welcome Sandra and the contestants.
Hi, everyone. It's nice to see you again. I'm going to hand it right over to Zach Fine, who will take us into the next event.
Okay. Hey, everybody. How's it going? I'm Zach Fine. I'm a professor down at NYU. And for some of you who are here this morning, I teach theater there at NYU. And we did some collaborative gameplay this morning that was intersecting with the work that our students are about to show. So I just want to, I'm going to introduce them right now. These are our student teams. And I'm going to introduce them, and then we're going to give them a round of applause, like they're stars on a football team or basketball or whatever sport you prefer. So coming to the stage, we got the first team, which is a group of SEPA Masters students plus one Barnard alum, and they are Roots to STEM. Let's hear it for Roots to STEM. All right, come on down. The second group coming to the stage is a group of actually high school students from Bergen County Academies, and their name is Green Scouts. Green Scouts. Come on in. All right, finally, we have the third team coming to the stage, and they are also from Barnard and Columbia, and their name is Forage and Fuse. Great. Fantastic. So for some of you who are here this morning, at the beginning of the day, we worked collaboratively to create from a sentence STEM the future of sustainability for food and fashion is, and we worked to create some of those prompts that these student groups have incorporated into the work that they've been doing since this morning. So now I want to bring up our esteemed and amazing judges. So I'm just going to invite them actually all to come on up here, and then they're going to introduce themselves. So come on up right now. Let's give a round of applause for our judges.
I'm Ngozi Okaro. I think I just talked to you all a few minutes ago with Custom Collaborative, working on fashion sustainability. Glad to be here and to sample these foods.
I'm Erin Beatty, founder and creative director of Ron Triage, which is a sustainable, upcycled fashion and home brand.
Hi, I'm Indre Rockefeller. I am the founder of the Circularity Project, which aims to activate and empower designers and the creative community in fashion to design for circularity and to minimize the environmental impact of the industry. And I sat in this room just a few years ago, starting off my Columbia Climate degree process. So,
hello, everyone. I'm Chef Mike from Clim-Eat Dining. I represent Columbia, and I'm here for the kids, and going to have a good time. I make food for a living.
Thank you. Okay, so now I'm gonna sneak in right here. Now we're gonna jump right into the main portion of the event, which is that each team is gonna have 90 seconds-ish, 90 seconds to share their work, and then the judges are gonna taste the food and look at the fashion and ask some questions. We might have a little bit of time for a few questions from the audience if we can, and then we'll move on to the next team. So I'm gonna kick kick it over to our first group, which is Roots to STEM. All right, take it away.
We are roots to STEM. We connect to our roots and we see the whole of our value all the way to the stem. Sustainability is looking to our ancestors, our elders, and our communities for sustainable practices of multi-use, reuse, and long use. Our clothes and food are a literal and metaphorical representation of us looking for inspiration in our roots. Our outfit is made entirely of disregarded clothes and in our closets and cultural pieces gifted to us. Its hues take inspiration from our exclusively root vegetable dishes. Frita con salsa andina, Cajun root vegetable bake, and charcar kandi kikir. Our food draws on Peruvian, Black American, and Indian culture to rethink how we can use multiple materials for different purposes: dinner and dessert, bolero and bag, mini and maxi. We are committed to sharing these clothes with each other as they are built as wraparound and tie styles that fit multiple bodies and can be upcycled once again. We are committed to sharing our food with you all today and back with the planet to grow into more food in the future. We hope these pieces inspire you to look back at your own cultures that have been practicing sustainability for generations.
Okay, great. So now we are going to kick it over to the judges, and we're going to have each judge come on over and and taste some food, and then we can have some questions from there. So I'm going to invite you all to just head on over there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you hear me, or should I repeat that? These dishes here, were they inspired by home use, family use, or things you read online or you wanted to see? And who had their hand in what dishes and what ingredients?
Yeah, I can go first. So I think that all of this is, inspired by our home cuisines. And so to say these are very traditional dishes, that's not the case. But I also think that the future is to take what we have seasonally. So in North America, a lot of these things are in season right now. And so we took these root vegetables, and I think spices are a really great way to incorporate the flavors that remind you of home. And so hopefully you see that in the dishes. And I think we all had a say in what we were going to present today. And then Valerie and I think, took the liberty to take our own spin on it.
Can you explain how you made each dish? Is that possible? It's really quick.
Sure. Yeah. So I know I'm trying to remember.
Clear out just so little so they can see this answer.
I'm trying to remember what Valerie and I. Do you want to go first? Actually?
Yeah, sure. So we first started with the bake on my left side. That's the first thing that we made, just to make sure that it was put in the oven. We cut all the vegetables and we assembled it in a way that you can see kind of in a flour we tried. I hope you can see that. But that's the first thing that we did. And then we moved into... Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, I realized that the audience can't see our menu here, so I'm just going to pull it up. And so the first, so Valerie mentioned the bake. That's our main dish. So it's a Cajun root vegetable bake. And then we sliced that up. Then the starter was fritas con salsa andina. And actually, thanks to Chef Mike, he gave us tips on how to actually cook the yuca, because it was my first time cooking yuca. But was it, you have thoughts?
Sure. So yuca, which is fried right now, it is very popular in Peru, and we made also a salsa inspired in Peruvian culture as well. But thankfully, with your tip on how to make the yuca, we got it done on time, so that was great. But if you could talk about a little bit more about the last one.
Yeah, so then the dessert is inspired by maybe like kheer or Shrikand in Indian cuisine is a dessert, and so I was really inspired by sweet potato for the dish, and so made like a pudding of sorts there. And so, yeah.
When it comes to the food, obviously you're thinking a lot about regeneration with the fashion. How much was that a consideration with the food in terms of how it was grown or where it was grown, that regenerative agriculture aspect to it?
Yeah, so if it was up to us, we would have gotten everything from a farmer's market. For the sake of this challenge, we did go to a grocery store because, yeah, there was like some restrictions there. So in terms of, I love going to the farmer's market on 116th of Broadway. We got some of the ingredients there. And then I guess we think a lot about food waste. So like the chips, for instance, are a good way to use, vegetables that are going bad. Actually the pudding is something that I do a lot, where you just blend up a bunch of really also, I guess, going bad foods, and it's a good way to add spices.
Can you walk me through your outfit and where the various pieces came from and what they mean?
Wait, I think.
Hi, so this outfit is something that can be worn amongst multiple body types, and it's adjustable and also can shift along the seasons, like you saw with the skirt that was once long, now becoming a mini skirt for a warmer weather event. And these are things from all of our closets that were either passed down from generations of our family members, and also things that someone might look to disregard, but we wanted to give it a new life and show that things that people might consider waste could actually be something useful, which is how we view the future of fashion and food. Once again, like pointing to the theme of circularity.
So I'm really excited about the visual presentation. There's a lot of colors in this food, and I'm interested in, did you design the color palette or what? Tell me about the process.
Is this? It actually started with this idea that we wanted to connect with our culture. So that was always the root idea, but it really came naturally. We had a bin of clothes that were in our closets, and we just started looking through. And I think a lot of us like the color purple, so we ended up having a lot of it in our closets. And so we started to build on that. We were excited by the fact that there are a lot of purple root vegetables, and we said, okay, why don't we make this a more literal root in the food sense and make it clear to the audience what we were going for. And I really enjoyed the fashion piece because we didn't buy a single piece of new clothing. All of this is from our own closets or scraps that we found at the design center, and food scraps too. The Bolero had an old onion bag attached to it. So yeah.
I feel like we now have to, we can certainly have more questions, but we also have to taste the food. So let's serve up some food for the judges. And if there are any questions from the audience for Roots and STEM, we certainly could take those now. Or we'll take them in a little while. Yeah.
They can take on there.
Since I'm sure you are all sitting there wishing you could taste this food right now and feeling very jealous and angry that you're not getting a bite, I just wanted to let you know that after this, while the judges are deliberating, you will have some time to talk with the students and taste the food. I don't know if they have enough for everybody to taste everything, but that will be downstairs in the atrium when we're done presenting.
As they taste, you could just remind them what they're having.
And then you guys can take those as is.
Yeah. So the audience knows what they're tasting.
You should go walk through.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's good with the whole thing. I like that.
Want to put the bowl
Yeah, yeah, have them present. Yeah. Yeah.
Start with the dessert. It looks so good.
We'll take about 2 more minutes and then we'll move on to the next group.
Actually, yeah.
You can see to your left the model from Roots and STEM making their way up the aisle. Yes. These groups started working at, what was it, around 10:30 this morning? Yeah. Yeah. So not only are they brilliant, but they're also efficient with their time.
Good.
Judges.
I don't have a what?
Okay, I think I'm gonna move us on to the next group while the judges finish tasting, and we're gonna have the next group present. And do we have? Oh, okay. So next we have Green Scouts, and I'm gonna hand it over to you, Andy. Yeah.
Our group created a project inspired by the principle, food and fashion should be holistic. They should be circular, non-toxic, biomimetic, celebratory of culture and diversity, affordable, informed and traced by technology, and beautiful. Our pieces were made with limited materials and resources, yet it is functional and beautiful. And anyways, in our vision, a sustainable society is not about having plenty and making work with the things you have.
For our dish, we focused on sustainable, abundant, but underutilized ingredients like mushrooms, which tie into both the broth that we made and the symbolism of our outfit. Mushrooms grow in all areas where there is life and land, and is uniquely resilient and resourceful. All other ingredients were ones we already had on hand. Our dish is an adaptation of tanshiguksu, a traditional Korean noodle dish where sustainability is reflected in using every part of the ingredient.
For our outfit, we took inspiration from the hanbok, a traditional Korean dress passed down through generations. This speaks to long-term use, repair, and cultural heritage, which contrasts micro-trends and fast fashion. The fabric was pre-owned, thrifted, and chosen to reflect sustainability, representing a garment with a second life, just like our ingredients. There are aspects such as the norige and tengi that are small details of traditional Korean wear that we tried our best to include.
At the end of life, the dish is designed to be compostable with nothing wasted. Similarly, the hanbok can be worn for years and repurposed for future generations to wear. Korean culture has a strong theme of simplicity and taking only what you need, and hanbok is a great example of that with its light, simple, and feminine style.
From how they are made to how they endure, both demonstrate that what we put into and on our bodies is deeply linked. If we place greater importance on circulating materials, which leads to a healthy supply chain, we can make sustainable food and fashion easily accessible and affordable.
Yeah. Okay, I'm actually going to invite the judges to taste first right now. So put your first meal down and come on over to your second meal. And again, if the audience has any questions percolating for Green Scouts, feel free to raise your hand and we'll get you a mic. I know for a fact that there are 2 students in Green Scouts who learned how to sew 48 hours ago. Literally learned how to sew 48 hours ago.
Who are the new seamstresses? Okay, good job, good job. Did anybody learn how to cook 48 hours ago? Okay, okay.
Oh, amazing. Can I ask a question?
Yeah, of course.
About the sewing and the construction, I'm really interested in the construction of this garment and sort of how you, I see the inspiration and how you ended up constructing it and what the materials are that went into it to create the volume and the whole silhouette.
We'll go bottom to top then. I'll just hand it over to you when you want to talk about the jacket. So I had a petticoat lying around because I used to compete in like this creative competition almost. So we used that, and then actually all of our materials are thrifted or from Barnard College. So this was thrifted. This is a bed sheet, and the lace at the bottom is from Barnard College, and then this is attached to elastic. As a band that I also had lying around. And then this is, it's a curtain with with 2 ends of elastics on either end and then sewn together. And then it's like stuffed with scrap fabrics and like there's 2 parts of this. There's an inside skirt and then an outside skirt, and they're both stuffed with like animal stuffing. Not like animal, no. Like, like stuffed animal, like stuffed animal, like stuffed animal.
There are animals inside.
And then for the jacket, we used all the fabrics from Barnard College. And specifically, there's this one detail. It's called a norige, and it's like a traditional Korean tie. And so we looked up how to tie it, and we tied it with rope. And then also for the hairpiece, it's a traditional Korean tie, also called a thaengi. And I believe it represents if you're married or not. And also there's a ribbon in the back if you want. Mm-hmm.
Oh, the ribbon is supposed to be another part of the dish that we incorporated, like the mushroom, because the broth is mushroom based, because mushrooms are sustainable. The back is supposed to represent like the noodles that Haven and Hannah cooked with.
I'm always fascinated about how in design we take from tradition and we evolve it into something new. And how do you all believe that you filtered something that's traditional and evolved it into something, and how does it fit in today?
I think that the skirt pattern in general, like not this part, it's like popular with like trends online, like a bubble skirt, but it doesn't exactly look like a bubble skirt. And with the bow in the back, there's also like a trend in like, like femininity coming back into mainstream and being less, I guess, like criticized against. Yeah, you want to talk?
Like in accordance to that, though, we also incorporated a lot of aspects of traditional Korean culture, like the simplistic colors and the design of the jacket is really like similar to Korean hanboks, and obviously like the norige and the thaengi, which also represent Korean culture.
Can you share the process, right? Because there are 5 of you, you created one look and this one dish, but what was the creative process? Was there one person in charge? Did you all have votes and come to like a collective decision making? But how did you decide on these 2 elements?
Like we didn't have one person who created like a theme, but when we first started this competition, we really had like one type of ingredient that we wanted to focus on. So at first Zoe designed like a couple designs, and we had ideas of using sustainable ingredients like oysters and mussels and like mushrooms, and we decided on mushrooms. So our broth is entirely just like boiled with mushrooms and other things. And so then they came up with a color scheme using browns and whites, and then that's where everything built up.
Fantastic. Oh, my bad, Michael. Go ahead.
I didn't get a chance to taste it yet. I will, I promise. But the presentation is outstanding, very clean. I mean, it's something I'd look, if I would go out to a place, that's what I would expect when I'm paying good money for it. So the look is outstanding. And it represents a clean look of what you're wearing too. So it looks good. I can't wait to taste it.
Awesome. Thank you. Green sprouts. Yes. All right, great. Any questions thus far from the, any questions percolating, or I can move on? Okay. All right. We're going to move on to the last group, which, oh yeah, we got a question.
I was just wondering if the dress, the stuffing, was at all inspired by the CDG. There's like a fashion show by the designer CDG. I'm getting like nervous because I'm talking even though I'm not on stage. But there's a designer that did.
Ray Kawakubo.
Yes, Ray Kawakubo did a very famous show where they did like kind of morphing body parts, and I was just wondering if you guys had seen that or were inspired by that at all.
I wish I'd spoken to you before because that sounds a lot more thought out.
I think it's really cool, even if it's just natural that you design something so similar to such a like well-known designer. You should definitely check it out.
Okay, I will. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we have another question over here.
Oh. The under part of the skirt.
The petticoat? Yeah. Oh.
It's like a series of hoops. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's just a traditional petticoat, but hanboks are usually like 7 or 8 layers. Like it's like first like a blank dress, then like 3 layers of tulle. And just because we have to like commute here in the morning because we're from Jersey, it was a little difficult to bring that many like parts on like buses and subways because we're kind of like, especially on like Friday when we had our design meet, we were kind of all over the place and like on like subways and trains and buses and stuff. So yeah, we mostly chose it just for like ease of I guess travel, and also it's because I already had one lying around and I really didn't want to buy anything that was unnecessary for the outfit. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, cool. Fantastic. All right, yeah. All right, and our last group is Forage and Fuse. Here you go, Forage and Fuse, take it away.
To be circular and regenerative, to be beautiful and tasty. We forage the farmer's market, we forage the costume shop. There's staples and basics, like oats and tomatoes, hand-me-downs and scraps from sheets and curtains. It's creativity and ingenuity we use to rewrite their stories. Fuse oat milk reduction with meatballs, and fuse unami tomato with iced lemons. Fuse recycled red seitan with textured green corduroy, revitalizing unclaimed fragments, transforming into distinctive and beautiful styles and tastes. To limit consumption, so invest in high-quality bamboo silk lasting decades. So utilize bamboo and utensils, compostable in soil. To help each other, as local as kitchen to studio, berry waste dyes, secondhand garments. As far as global influence, Scandinavian techniques to harvest food and Copenhagen Fashion Week to inspire textile mixing. We are all in this together. In the introduction of this convention, we were asked to create a definition.
That is the future of sustainability. Say that again. Yeah, sorry. This is our solution. It is a woven piece of ideas created by a collaboration of everyone. This is our future.
Okay, great. I'm going to invite the judges to come on up and taste. Yeah. Yes. And this is Chef Alan right here. Alan.
Wow.
For those of you who were here this morning, I don't know if you caught it, but in each of their statements, we could hear echoes of what we as a group created in our definitions, and they were woven in to the work that each group has already done. So it was just nice to hear those echoes throughout. You got one, great.
in the meantime, I can start us off with a fashion question.
Great, thank you.
In the look, the patchwork look, not to put an idea in, if it's not there, but it seemed one of the tenets of circularity is repairability. And it seems like having construction like that would allow for easy repair because you could swap out patches one for the other versus sort of needing to patch over a continuous piece of fabric. So I'm wondering if that played in at all, or if you thought about repair.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the main inspiration for the patchwork was that we looked in the Barnard costume closet, and there was a lot of like scrap fabrics or like smaller pieces of fabric that couldn't necessarily make a whole garment. So instead, we cut them into strips. But that definitely came into play, like the repairing, when we were working on the garment, because sometimes like a certain piece wouldn't work, so we would have to add on a new one. And kind of in thinking about the future of the garment, we kind of imagine like adding more, or like if one piece, like if there's like a certain fabric on it that starts to deteriorate, we can like put in a new one and kind of let it evolve.
I'm really feeling this kind of Chapel Roan, like Renaissance situation. And I am interested in what you all look to for inspiration for both your fashion and your food.
So I could kind of speak to the food component. I really came into this with an idea. I actually went over the summer to, I had the pleasure of going to Sweden and Norway for the first time, and, really becoming, really like seeing all the, focus on sustainability and just in general, all the freshness of the food. Every restaurant I went to, there was some sort of story whether talking to the chef or, reading the description and motivation for the restaurant, just seeing a lot of emphasis on farm to table and, the drawing from nature for all of these flavors, for all of these, wild, Nordic flavors. And so using that to inspire this dish while also having a global influence, from Japanese cuisine and, other ones as well. Do you want to speak to the fashion? Yeah, sure.
Sure. So after Michelle was kind of talking with our team about her ideas about Scandinavia, with Annie, we looked at some like Northern European influences on fashion, and we looked at Copenhagen Fashion Week at like a few different styles that they were doing. I feel like they're really experimental with shapes and colors. So we definitely got inspiration from that. And then also from like our personal style, we did take some fabrics from our closet to add in to the collage and to the sleeves. So yeah, that definitely ourselves and Fashion Week.
And Al, do you have anything to add?
So as you can see inside the lemonade that we made, like we added the blueberry dye that was also in the cloth inside. So, and also for the drink, the lemonade. It's actually made out of ice clarified tomato juice. So that's infused with lavender, and the pumice from the tomato and the tomato skin has been dehydrated and blended to made into this like olive oil, with olive oil and citron peppercorns into this oil that the judges could add on the foam later to paint their own canvas and dye their own foam. And the idea of Copenhagen is really about new Nordic cuisine, which is about using the whole fruit and using things that are very seasonal. So I went to the Union Square Green Market yesterday and got all these seasonal flowers that's like basil blooms, which are only, I think, bloom in autumn. And there's also snapdragon, which is also a more summer plus autumn sort of plant as well. And we mixed it with a bit of salad that's pickled beetroot that has been charred over fire, and also maitake mushrooms that has been confit and then pan fried. Yep.
The judges are going to taste now, and then if they have any questions, we'll follow up with that. And then I'm going to kick it over to Sandra. Yes, question.
Yeah, quick question for the team. I want to hear more about this dyeing process, how you used berries and other types of natural dye. Is that something you all had former experience with? Did you learn about it recently? Please walk me through it, and I want to know how long it took you to dye these garments. This is amazing.
Yeah, so I had a bit of experience with dyeing with cabbages, and it makes like a more purple color. And Michelle working with a bunch of pink fruits in the cooking, we had the idea that we could use whatever she didn't need for the recipe to dye the fabric. And we ended up supplementing that with like makeup. So we mixed like the berries and the sauce and the dye that Michelle made by concentrating the leftovers, the leftover lavender and blueberries. And then we added like lip tint to make it even more pink. You can kind of see like where that had an effect. And we did that with the bottom as well.
Judges, do you have any other questions for this group? Michael, did you get a chance?
Guy, the molecular cooking techniques, outstanding. Like really like amazing. Somebody your age doing that kind of technique and getting away with it, pulling it off. Amazing stuff you just did. So really, really nice. The flavors marinate one another. If you were to serve it and once you put the toppings on it, it would bring out the color of your plate. And you do a spoon across the top. Really, really nice. Very good job.
Judges, do we have any more questions for this group? Or you're just enjoying your food? All right. These students, that is unbelievable what we just saw. I had no idea what was going to happen today, and I am so impressed by each of you. It's like, I'm going to get emotional. You guys are amazing. We just saw the stem to root group. I just want to call out a couple things. Did you all notice that the bolero jacket turned into a bag in front of our eyes? Did you notice I think someone mentioned the color scheme between the root vegetables in the dish and the outfit? I think I heard, I just want to flag it, the mushroom kind of waste on the hanbok was also echoed in the mushroom broth in the dish. The presentation, you guys are going to get a chance to see it on that soup, is unbelievable. I hope our judges didn't eat it all and make it look bad. And the fact that the berry from the lemonade was used to dye the garment, and I see the patchwork echoed here in the flowers. And the idea of fusion, right? The Swedish meatballs fusing with the lemonade, it's really astounding. So I'm not going to go on and on, but I just needed to shout out some of the things that I saw. These teams are going to take their creations downstairs. I really hope you all will spend some time during your coffee break right now in the atrium to ask them questions and take pictures of their work and post it on social media so that their amazing careers can start right now. And the judges and I will join you down there shortly with the final feedback. I want to give one last thank you to the Barnard Design Center, where the fashion teams worked. Rebecca Nagley and the entire team at the Barnard Design Center were amazing. And the Teachers College Kitchen, Pam Koch, who helped us find space there. And of course, Leslie Raucher, Jasmine Garcia, Carly Roberts, Josh Bed, Allison. There was a whole army of people. Anybody who works in theater knows that behind any show, there's an army of people. And so thank you all to our audience. We will see you in the atrium with our final judging.